Hello, beautiful truth seekers, and welcome to part 2 of the All 12 Signs video series for Mercury's transit in Taurus. Mercury has been in Taurus since the 3rd of April and will be leaving on the 11th of June. This is a long transit for Mercury because it will be having a retrograde here. I recommend checking out part 1 of this series where in the introduction I break down the meanings of Mercury in Taurus in more detail for us collectively, as well as talking about the retrograde. I work with astrology, card divination, and I channel energies through my body. As you can see, my hands are moving around right now. This is independent of my conscious thought. And this is all part of the integration process of bringing these messages together on a subtle auric field and quantum level, as well as the cognitive mind by talking about the astrology and the visual of the card divination and our intuition. So I work with the tropical zodiac. This means that this is linked into the solstices and the equinoxes rather than the constellations and where they are in the sky right now. I work with Hellenistic principles. This is based off 2,000 years of understanding of astrology and how to work with it. And what does this mean? So this means that I work with the whole house system. And so if you know your natal chart, the first house is the ascendant, and this takes up the whole of a sign. And so when I'm talking about with each sign, the astrology is linked into your rising sign where your ascendant is, and that's the first house. This also means that I don't subscribe to applying the modern tradition of applying Aries to the first house for every rising sign, and therefore, you know, the following 12 signs for each of the houses. I just find it to be a bit limiting. It doesn't work for me. It's not me saying it doesn't work for other people, but it's just not part of my practice. I also don't apply the modern rulership to Pluto in Scorpio, Uranus to Aquarius, and Neptune to Pisces. I can see why they might be there, but it's not something that I use in my practice. So how do I read tarot? In these collective readings, I focus on the inner work. This is because the more that we focus on the inner work, the more other nuances, the outside world, relationships, how they change and match our vibrational frequency. The more that we do the inner work, the more it's then available to the collective. So we are working on behalf of the all when we are focusing on the one. And by the one, I mean you. We are the only thing that is consistent throughout our lifetime. And even then, we are constantly in motion. So the reason why I do all these different transit videos is to add the layers and nuances of understanding how the astro weather is in the skies right now and how they're all on their own journey, but they're all talking to each other and they're all in cahoots. Basically, all the planets I find are in cahoots to get us to be our most authentic selves, and so that is why I focus on the inner work here. So do go check out the other transits if you feel so inclined, and just I pull cards for each of the major aspects that planets will be making. And just to give a really in-depth view and understanding of the kind of energies that are at play, even if they don't consciously turn up in your life, they are happening on a unconscious and subtle body level. So while I'm doing these videos, as you can see, my hands are moving around, and this often happens. They want to move the cards around. They want to do energetic work. Often I have energy releases, or I start shaking. I'll always try and mention these during the readings, but there will be times when I'm quiet, and this is because I quieten my monkey mind in order to let the energies do what they want to do. And sometimes it's a bit difficult to channel, think, and talk at the same time, so please bear with me during this process. It's all part of the many layered, nuanced way that I try and bring all the energies and have us understand everything that's going on. The more that we understand, the more that we can have a different perspective and zoom out, and then use that energy to co-create rather than be governed by it. Although sometimes the energies can just sweep you away. Yesterday was definitely one of those times. For yesterday's reading, the energy was very heavy, and I was able to look at the astrology, and I was like, oh, the moon's over the south node. I'm wanting to withdraw and not be outward, and when I realized that, I was able to, rather than get frustrated at myself, realize that okay, that's just the energy that's going on. It's asking me to look in a different way at something. So this channel for me, I'm trying to pay it forward from everything that I've learned that's helped me grow and understand myself and the world around me. I just want to pay it forward to people. So if anything resonates in these videos, there are things that you can do to help the algorithm and help push that forward. So if you resonate and you want that, you want this to be available for people out there in the world who may not come across it, there are several things that you can do to help the algorithm. You can like the video, you can put a comment. It doesn't have to be anything personal. You can just put an emoji, and sharing the videos. I know that's a bit vulnerable to do, but that's something you can do. Rather than going for regulars who are subscribed, rather than going from the notification to the video, you can search the name of this channel and then get to the video that way. Also, watching more than one video in a row really helps push the algorithm out there. I just say this just because it helps to grow the channel, and I do appreciate the energy of paying it forward and giving space to the ability for others to access this information if it resonates. If things don't resonate, sometimes there's really personal messages that come through that may not be for you. It doesn't invalidate the things that you are connecting to. So take what resonates and let what doesn't just flow through you. And I really do appreciate everyone watching and spending your time with these videos. It means a lot to me. I appreciate the energy transfer. So yeah, just really very grateful for all of you watching, new and regulars alike. I have an Instagram account, and this is where I will channel energies through the medium of writing. And this just different nuances come through, and I feel there's a lot of clarity and a lot of succinctness that can come through with that writing. So do go check that out. The link is in my description box. I also post them on the community page. So if you don't have Instagram or you don't want to follow on Instagram, you can check them out there just to see what's coming through. Right, Mercury in Taurus. So as I said, I talked a lot about this in the introduction, but the sort of main messages is coming through. Taurus is the first earth sign. So this is our physical responses to things. After the passion and the ignition of our spirit in Aries, we move into Taurus where it's our senses, it's our tangible body. How do we feel about that on a physical level rather than an emotional level? It's also a fixed earth sign. And so it's ruled by the bull, and it governs the throat and the neck. There's an element of stubbornness with Taurus, and what's been coming through in the readings is this is a time where those programmings, those spells that may be over us, words are spells, so things that may have been said to you from the very early age that you may not even be consciously aware of, that is governing your physical senses and the way that you respond to things. That this retrograde is really helping us shift that stuck energy that we have in our body that is getting in the way of that spark, that inspiration that we had with that Aries season. It's helping integrate what's coming through in the physical form. So really, we've got a lot of Uranian energy for this transit. So being able to think differently, to go on different paths, to really embody who we are in the way that we communicate. Communication can mean lots of different things. It's not just linked into the way that we speak. Mercury, the messenger of the gods, was a neutral energy. It was able to go to the land of the gods and the land of the dead. It was very much a protector of those on their travels, a road opener. So we are traveling to ourselves, and Mercury is here to help assist that by allowing us the space to revisit and go over things. That's what the retrograde's all about. It's as if you're revising for an exam. You wouldn't just want to be able to just go straight forward and do it. You want time to ingest that information and go over it. And the reason why I repeat myself a lot in these videos is because the more that you hear something and the more that you're no longer in that state of learning, you are then able to contemplate your own ideas, your own individual ways of understanding what's being said without, they say read a book a couple of times, because that's when the magic comes in. That's when your own individual outlook on something can really blossom and expand. So Mercury here with this retrograde is really helping us go over, clear out stuck energy in order for us to then start looking to the future about what it is that we need in that area of our life. Taurus can very much be about safety, security. It's linked into the things that you value and that you care about. It's governed by Venus. How can I forget Venus? So we're getting a lot of support from a benefic planet. Venus is about love. She's about appreciation. She's also was very much the patroness of the arts. So creative energy. That doesn't just have to be the stereotypical idea of what we have about the arts in terms of like music or painting. This can be absolutely anything that sort of motivates you, that gives you pleasure and a desire to do the things that you want to do. And so we've got a lot of lovely energy coming in with Mercury's journey through Taurus. This is because in this series, I'm focusing on Venus being in Gemini. She's going to be in Gemini on the 11th. So the beginning of this journey, we've had a good chunk of Venus really ingraining your value in and what it is that you appreciate and how you want to bring a sense of harmony to your voice. My hands are now just going over my throat chakra, and how really stamping that energy on Mercury at the beginning of its transit. And then she's moving into Gemini, which is a Mercury ruled sign. So this is what's called mutual reception. So they're both in each other's signs. So there's a really strong connection between the two. They've got each other's tools. They're able to talk to each other very loudly. So there's a lot of support with this journey. And so I'm just breaking this particular series with Venus in Gemini. So I'll be talking about where Gemini falls in your chart as well. Yeah, what else did I want to say? I think that's about it, really. I'll be breaking down in each sign reading. Oh, that reminds me. If you're just tapping into whatever sign you're looking to and you don't have that as the rising, the messages will still apply. It will just be in a different area of your life because that sign falls in a different area of your chart. So the messages will still apply. The way that the energies are talking to one another by aspect are still relevant to you. So as I said, it can be really good to first check out your rising sign, then your sun or your moon. Great to check out where your Mercury is. And look to that sign. But essentially we have all the signs in our chart. So if you want a really full rounded view of what this Mercury transit's going to be like in every area of your chart, you can watch all of them. I know it's a lot of content, but I just it is all still valid. But speaking of Mercury, I keep forgetting to do this from the get-go, is light this road opener candle that I've been using for the Mercury transits for some time now. I think it was from the Capricorn Mercury video. So that was the last time Mercury was retrograde. Mercury will be retrograde in Virgo as well. So this year, all the retrogrades are in Earth signs. So we're really getting us to figure out how we communicate in the tangible world, and how that in this 3D realm, how we're integrating a lot of the other elements, the other dimensions, the other frequencies into our physical form. You know, Taurus represents the individual sign. This is how we feel about things. This is what we like in the 3D realm, and then Virgo's the social sign, very much wanting to facilitate the things that you learn in the 3D and how to help and edit and heal society. Capricorn is legacy. So the things that we want to achieve in the long term for the collective. So, right. I think that's everything I want to say in this video. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being here with me. And I'm going to kick off. This might just be four. I had intended to only be a two-part series, but yesterday really was it was a difficult one. And sometimes we have difficult days. So this will be Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio, and Libra at the minimum. It's more than likely that this will be a three-part series, but I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, I'm going to finish up here and then we're going to move on to Capricorn. Capricorn rising. How are you doing, Capricorn? So as I said in the introduction, for those of you who are just tapping into the Capricorn energy and don't have a Capricorn rising, this will just apply in a different area of your life. So look to where Capricorn is in your chart, see what house it is, look to the themes of that house and just apply it to the messages. But for Capricorn rising, This is happening. This Mercury transit in Taurus is happening in a fellow earth sign. So this means that this is trining your Capricorn energy. A trine is an aspect of Jupiter. Jupiter wants to inspire, wants you to expand, wants to elevate you, wants to bring opportunities, a sense of wisdom, a sense of cohesion and integration of self. There's an element of seeking the truth with Jupiter. And so this is a lot of free-flowing energy. They're on the same team, they're on the same element, so they're sharing resources. So you're getting a lot of support for this transit. A lot of inspiring ideas might be coming through for you, particularly Capricorn rising, because this energy is in your fifth house of creation energy. This is also the house of amusement, fun, play. This is linked into children. It's also linked into short-term romantic relationships rather than the long-term commitment of the seventh house. So all of that stems from your creation energy. And so it's how you're inspired to take action from that root energy of yourself, your Kundalini energy. What moves you to, creative is in so many different forms, and it's not limited to our very stereotypical way of looking at the creative arts. This is anything that you do that brings you pleasure, brings you motivation and drive to take action, the things that amuse you, but you're bringing something into life. This is why I link children, the things that we create can often feel like we're giving birth to something, and we're very protective over them. So you've had Venus is in here till the 11th of April. So you've had a really lovely supportive energy of Venus. She's been activating all those eclipse points that we've had here in Taurus. Even though she's leaving soon, I do recommend that transit video. A lot of important information came out there about because she's wrapping up this eclipse cycle that we've been through, and really helping us understand and appreciate and have a sense of love about all these big changes, these big endings, all these culminations that we've been having in these areas of our lives. And now Mercury's here, and Mercury's going to be doing the same thing, going over the energy of where Uranus has been and where these eclipses have been, and really helping us have a sense of understanding about what it was all about, really being able to bring some cohesion and understand the details and piece them together and work through them and figure out, okay, what do I want to keep? What do I want to integrate? What different ways, now that I've got this information, how can I then think differently? How can I then apply that to go in, to expand that journey, to find new ways of integrating and bringing all this information together? So yeah, Mercury's retrograde there. What does that mean? So you're going to be thinking about all of that creation energy and how that manifests for you. What does it mean for you? And then we're going to have this retrograde where you're going to then revisit it and go over it, and things that you may have wanted to get started may need a little time, some pause. We're dealing with a yin night feminine energy in Taurus, so this is all about cultivation. This is all about drawing things inwards, of getting the lay of the land, and like going over things, being very what's the word? Strategy is a bit too strong of a word, but this planning, this sense of planning rather than taking direct action, which we have in the yang day signs. So, we've just had Aries Mercury running around in Aries, getting really inspired. And now we're thinking and we're feeling on a tangible sense of how to integrate that inspiration. And how does it feel in our body? I'm not talking about emotions here. That's Cancer. I'm talking about, like, what does it feel? How does it feel in your body? And what gives you pleasure? What gives you that sense of security and safety, that comfort space, when we're engaging with the things that we've been inspired by. And so with that retrograde, we're going to be going over things, and then it's going to have some forward momentum. As I like retrogrades, there can be difficulties. There can be things that come up, but it's all rerouting you. Rather than, say, rushing in and taking action, this is really helping you cultivate that energy, cultivate your understanding and the different ways that you can communicate that creative energy, and unique, wonderful ways of bringing in that understanding and appreciation and love, because we're dealing with Venus here, and what's going on with Venus is facilitating Mercury's journey of really getting into our own sense of being seduced by our creative energy. So that's what's going on with Mercury. Because we're dealing with Taurus, we look to what's going on with Venus, because what's going on with Venus will have an impact on the signs that she rules, and one of the signs that she rules is Taurus. So as I said in the introduction, that Venus has been in Taurus for the beginning part of Mercury's journey, and then she's going to move into Gemini. One of the things Venus is doing in Gemini is clearing up Mars's chaos. It's not the only thing. She's got her own agenda, but she is facilitating and bringing a sense of appreciation, of love, of being creative in working out all of the lessons that you've learned with Mars being in there for so long, and bringing a sense of peace, bringing a sense of harmony and desire to enact and integrate those Mars lessons. And so Gemini for you is in conjunct your Capricorn energy, and in conjunct can be difficult. It's they don't traditionally have things in common. Capricorn is a collective earth yin sign, and Gemini is a mutable air day sign, yang sign. So it makes things a bit difficult, having a conversation with somebody where you've got nothing in common can just feel a bit awkward at the beginning, maybe a bit frustrating, maybe crossed wires, just not being able to see things from the same perspective. But the more that we engage with this interconjunct energy, the more magic can come through of very unique ways of adapting and growing and being. And so Venus in here, and this is for you, Capricorn rising, in your 6th house of work, health and routines. So you would have been doing a lot of work there. Gemini very likes a lot of stimulation. There's very playful energy. It's more of the trickster element of Mercury's side, and just this fun, this enjoying debate, enjoying trying lots of new things, just trying them for the sake of it and enjoying the process of it, rather than trying to find some sort of what am I trying to say here? There's a real play here. There's a real sense of there's a lot of speed with Gemini. There's a lot of freneticism. But so Venus and Mercury are in mutual reception, as I said in the introduction, that so Mercury's in this yin sign, it's in Venus's sign, and Venus is in Gemini, Mercury's sign, but it's a day sign. So Venus is going to want to take action, but she's being influenced by Mercury in a yin sign of this slow and steady, let's smell the roses, let's take time to pause. So even though she's wanting to take action, she is being influenced by this long meditative state that we've got with Mercury in retrograde, but Mercury's also being influenced by Venus, she's wanting you to seek out pleasures, new understandings of your own pleasure when it comes to your work, your health and your routine. So we've got a balance here. We've got a balance between action and drawing in that information. So I really feel like this is helping us not rush in too quickly, but cultivate a sense of appreciation and love for the joy, the fun, the amusement of the work and the health that you're doing, and how that's linked into sort of the interesting ways that you're thinking about your creation energy and your creative space, and how that's influencing your work. And as I said, your health. So finding interesting and new ways to connect to your health and your routines, that you're looking to that more sensory touch desire rather than that pure mental stimulation. We've got that combination of that mental stimulation with getting it in line with your physical body and what your physical body needs as well. So, because we're dealing with a Mercury transit, we look to the signs that Mercury rules to see what other things may come up. You know, Mercury has an impact on those signs and therefore those houses. So you might see common themes come up linked into those houses. And Mercury rules Gemini, which we've just talked about. And it also rules Virgo, which is another earth sign. So this is your 9th house. This is your big picture philosophies. Your perspectives, your morals, your ethics, your philosophies, your link to spirituality, to God, to the universe, to nature, to all of those things. And this is helping the journey that you're going on with Mercury in your creation energy is going to support and facilitate your big picture philosophies. And this is all connecting to you, Capricorn, because this is a lot of earth energy here, and how you embody these things, how you are able to embody your creative energy that's impacting your philosophies, that's feeding into you, yourself, your rising sign, which is how you embody your moon or your sun in your actions and your deeds. This is also how other people see you. So there's just a re-understanding of how you link your creation energy to how other people see you. So it's your ability to draw that into your body and then enact that in your deeds with that wonderful earth trine. So that's the kind of general energy that's around right now for you, Capricorn. There's going to be 5 piles here today. The first pile is going to be Mercury in Taurus. For some of the readings, this is also included cards linked into Mercury's journey through Aries. It all depends on what comes out. And then the second pile is going to be about Mercury in shadow. So what does shadow mean? This is when Mercury hits the degree that it's going to end its retrograde on. So essentially the shadow period is all of the period in all of the degrees in Taurus that Mercury is going to retrograde over. So often with shadow time, this can be bigger, this can feel bigger than the retrograde itself. It all depends on your chart and how you tap into things, but this is a time when we get clues and understanding about what that retrograde is going to mean for us. And so Mercury went into shadow yesterday. It's one of the reasons why the energies were quite wild in yesterday's video. So that was the 7th, and that was pretty much the same time that Mercury was conjunct the nodes, the North Node and opposing the South Node. So very big, accentuated energy yesterday that's kickstarting Mercury's shadow. And also it was Mercury is sextiling Mars at the moment and will be today and the next day. And so what does this mean? I've pulled cards for this in the Mars transit, so do go check that out if you want another layer of more Mars's space with that aspect. But so Mars is in your 7th house of your one-to-one relationships. This is opposing your Capricorn energy. So one-to-one relationships for me is not just that it's as well as the traditional relationship, business and friendship, like your intimate people. This is also your intimate relationship with the universe, with God, however you want to phrase it. And so we've got Mars moving through here, helping you get in touch with your motivation and drive on an emotional level of what it is that you need from your one-to-one relationships, whether you're in defending your one-to-one relationships or seeking relationships that are more in line with your motivation and your drive moving forward. It's also a great time to tap into your intuition. That's been coming up a lot in yesterday's reading, as well as in the whole of those Mars transits videos. And so this sextile energy is really, sextile is an aspect of Venus. So this is really bringing in that energy of Venus, that love, that appreciation, that sense of, she also rules Libra, sense of balance and harmony, the diplomat, but that sense of creativity, desire, wanting to connect, it's relationship, it's relational. It's not just with other people, but that is very much a thing. So you have this energy between your 5th house of your creation energy, but also fun, amusement, relationships, romance, and your one-to-one relationships. But as I said, I don't just link it, it is the house of marriage, but it's more your long-term commitment to one-to-one people. So You're getting a lot of support because this is kickstarting the shadow period of your motivations and drives, and how you're connecting to your actions with your ability to communicate and understand your own creation energy. That's quite a lot of cards, but they all want to come out. Your ability to connect your creative energy, and how you communicate that, and what it means to you, and which path that you want to go down. We're getting a lot of very supportive energy from Mars at this time. During this shadow period, Venus on the 11th, so in a couple of days' time, is going to move into Gemini. So that's going to shift gears. That's going to move from you focusing entirely on your creative energy to then you applying that into your work and your routines and your health. The third pile is going to be for on the 21st of April, when Mercury stations retrograde. But the day before this, I'm not pulling a card for this. I'll be doing a separate video. This is the second Aries new moon. I really recommend checking out the spring equinox and Aries new moon video because when I talk about the first Aries new moon, because a lot of themes that are coming up for the second came up in that video. Essentially, at the moment, since that first Aries new moon, we're going in defrag mode. We're in defrag mode. We're clearing out a lot of stuck energy, a lot that has been blocking our spark of life. That's being facilitated by all the other transits. And this second new moon in Aries is a hybrid eclipse. The nodes are still in Taurus and Scorpio. But this is happening at 29 degrees of Aries, and the way I look at it, if you don't have time to look at the main video, but I still recommend it, is this is a quantum leap in our reboot. This Aries is the first zodiac sign, all starting a new journey, but this is happening at 29 degrees of Aries. So really powerful Aries energy is coming through for this big new beginning of this hybrid eclipse for us all. It's like different timelines, drawing in different frequencies, different dimensions, and just really like rebooting our cosmic DNA. And that is happening the day before Mercury goes retrograde. So we're in this new moon energy, this potent eclipse energy, this hybrid eclipse new moon, and Mercury is then going backwards over things. So we've got a lot of strong energy feeding into this Mercury transit. And not only that, but Mercury will be at 15 degrees 37 minutes. I will put all of this in the description box, so don't worry. I know it's a lot of information. And Uranus is in Taurus at 17 degrees and 52 minutes. So this is still just over 2 degrees away from each other. This is still considered a very tight conjunction, which means they have a lot of impact on each other. Conjunctions, squares, oppositions are called hard aspects. They have a lot of potency, and they tend to show up in the 3D realm. So we have Mercury and Uranus in cahoots with one another. Uranus has been in Taurus for quite some time. You've been thinking differently about your creative energy. You've been tapping into more galactic energy, more unique energy. Uranus is the oddball of the universe. I love Uranus, but it can be disruptive. It can be very frenetic energy. Uranus is here to break down that tension, to clear the past we did not have the strength to do so, to break the chains that we again had just couldn't quite do it for ourselves. Uranus is all its moons are retrograde, and its north pole points towards the sun, which I love because, you know, Uranus is rebellious. It's very innovative and very inventive, but it's North Pole, like the magnetic field in which we're all, you know, our magnetic field on Earth governs all of life, and the way that we get a sense of direction, and we look to the north, you know, we look to the North Star in order to guide ourselves. So Uranus is being guided by the sun. So if you think that they're not working together, this is just simply not the case. Like, it's getting all its energy from the sun. We're divine light beings. The reason why we grow and evolve is because of the light of the universe. Like, this is just fundamental truth. Everything that we eat it grows because of light. Like, it's this you know, the chakra energies, all those colors, they make up the prism of light, and so it's all so beautiful. beautiful. But as I said, it can be very disruptive, but it's this with Mercury and Uranus is thinking differently, thinking about different paths. Uranus doesn't care that it's the oddball of the universe. It's just doing its thing, and it wants you to just do your thing. It wants you to be free. It's going to break those tensions that you haven't, or are in your life, that you haven't been able to do yourself. But the more we co-create and we take our own action in these areas of our lives, the less disruptive Uranus's energy can be. It can we can then very, very innovative people. I'm going to be talking in part 3, give examples of people who have Uranus and Taurus together. Very phenomenal energies, and just really very unique coming through at the beginning of the retrograde. So just getting such support about revisiting, going over things, questioning things, working things through with this very unique way of interacting with it. And not only that, but we also have another sextile with Mars. So sextile at the beginning of the shadow, sextile at the beginning of the retrograde. So Mars is now at 13 degrees 47 minutes, and we'll feel that energy. It'll be exact a couple of days later. So we're going to have a lot of that sextile energy right at the beginning of the retrograde. But Mars is at the middle of Cancer, so it's midway through its journey. So the midway point is very very potent energy. So you're bringing into balance the beginning and the ends of that sign. And so you've been working, you're going to have more of an understanding of what Mars is teaching us during this cycle. And Mars is going to feed all that information into Mercury at the beginning of the retrograde, saying, hey, this is what I'm motivated to do on a very deeply intuitive, personal, emotional space. Really, rather than I talk in the transit video for Mars, the asteroid Pallas Athena is there with Mars, and Pallas Athena was very much about wisdom and strategy, so helping us not necessarily kick off in an emotional way that Mars might have done, but really, really giving support to the spiritual warrior that is Mars. And that energy is feeding into Mercury and Uranus at that time of, hey, how do we want to communicate with ourselves? How do we want to communicate with our body? How do we want to feel when we're tapping into our creation energy? What do we appreciate? What do we care about? What brings us desire and this will? Love is such a powerful emotion, and Venus is heavily the goddess of love. And what is it that we love? How do we cultivate that? How do we get it in line with the way that we want to express that, not only to ourselves in our physical form, but to the outside world? And again, with this retrograde, it's also clearing out that stuck energy that's got in the way of you being able to do that. We store so much trauma in our body. It's sort of known that like the scars and things that you have on your body at the time of birth can be very much linked into past life stuff. It's not just your trauma, it's your parents, it's your lineage, it's your ancestors, it's everything by blood and everything by spirit, as well as the collective that we're all constantly in co-creation with, clearing not only our own work, our own stuff, but the collectives. The more that we stop repressing, the more that we are open and help clear the way, the more that energy is available to the outside world. At the same time, there's a lot of stuff that we might not even realize on an unconscious level that's stuck in our body, and there's often why, like things like The Secret or big manifestation, you might feel like, well, I'm doing all these things, but the things aren't turning up. It's because we've got a lot of limiting beliefs that get in the way of us, that we aren't consciously aware of. So a lot of this, I feel, because we're dealing with the body and the senses, that is helping reorientate and regroup and give new neural pathways to our senses of clearing out, as I said, that stuck energy that's where Mars is helping facilitate and clear on the emotional field, and then Venus is going to be in Gemini, like helping bring that all together. At the time, I could go on. The fourth pile is going to be on the 1st or 2nd of May, depending on where you live. And this is when Mercury is going to conjunct the Sun. This is called a cazimi. And this is the midway point of Mercury's retrograde at 11 degrees. And this is a very potent time. This is the cazimis is when the Sun imparts a vitality, wisdom, messengers, particularly with Mercury, that are going to come through. It may be on an unconscious level or very consciously, of just really giving strength and light to Mercury's journey. And so up until this point, and since the Capricorn retrograde, Mercury has been an evening star. So when this is when it rises after the sun has set, and so we'll see Mercury at the night, in the nighttime at the moment. And so an evening star is very much yin energy, that night energy of thinking things over, of planning, of reassessing the past and working through that and getting clues that way, of just going over old territory, and very detail orientated, lots of, as I said, lots of planning, lots of revisiting. So not only this happens every retrograde, but every retrograde, not every retrograde, I take that back. But it's happening in this one. It's every other retrograde, because then it's the other way around, where it goes from morning star to evening star, which we had at the Capricorn retrograde. So for this one, we've got, for the retrograde period, we've got Mercury in sort of that yin energy, that receptive energy, that going over that cultivation space. And so we've been, as I said, that's why I feel like it's very much clearing out the past, rather than focusing on the future 100%. However, when after this conjunction with the sun, Mercury is going to turn into the morning star. So morning star energy is more direct. It's more that yang energy of taking action, of thinking to the future and moving forward. And this is so now this is the midway point. So now Mercury's got this boost of vitality, this of, oh, I've been working through all of this, I've been thinking all of this, and now I'm going to apply it to where I want to go and where I want to head. So then we've got this really big boost of vitality, and this is happening 3 days before the Scorpio full moon. This is an eclipse, and this is happening on the 5th of May. I will be doing a separate video series on this full moon. And so this is really a big, the energy before the full moon is very potent. It's not quite completion energy. It's taking action. It's there's a lot of light here. So the moon will be very bright. We've got the sun feeding into Mercury. There's a lot of unconscious and conscious illumination about what we've been doing and where we've been, and how we can understand that, comprehend it, transmute that energy, and then move forward. And the final pile is how this energy is going to move into the next part of Mercury's journey in Taurus. And this is when Venus will move into Cancer on the 7th. So not long after this, we're then getting a shift of gear where Venus is now in Cancer, which for you is in your 7th house of one-to-one relationships. So that is going to now be sextiling Mercury's energy, and with Mars. And so that's gonna shift gear in the direction of where Mercury is headed and what Mercury wants to do. Right, so those are all the piles. I'm going to see where these cards want to go. And so do bear with me, as I said in the introduction. This is usually when I'm a bit quiet, because I'm allowing, I'm co-creating with the energies to facilitate So we've got for Mercury's journey through Taurus. We've got the Four of Swords and we've got the Page of Pentacles. Now, I was talking about how Taurus is a yin night sign, and we've got this retrograde. So there's a space for contemplation. There's a space for meditation, sitting in nature. We're dealing with Taurus here. But we've got the Four of Swords, which is about rest, which is about being still. But it's also helping you understand that you are held by something bigger than you, and there's this state of receptivity, of drawing in, of feeling that love, feeling that support. We've also got the Swords, which is the mind of, again, maybe when you're sleeping, some ideas will come to you. But we've got the Page of Pentacles. Which pages are heralds. They bring in messages. They're also very youthful energy. So there's this sense of during this process of not rushing and taking action. We've got the youthfulness of the page, but I feel like this is bringing in fresh, vitalized energy in the way that you connect and communicate with your creative energy, and spending time in a space of stillness, or at the very least, when you are taking action, know that you are held by something bigger, that the journey that you're on is supported and nourished at this time. Okay, let's see. What we've got here. So this is for Mercury in shadow. So this is from now until the 21st. I feel like these are the things that that you're working on, the clues that are coming through. So we've got the Four of Cups here, and this is about, this is a stagnant, lack space. This is comparison is the thief of joy. We all fall in this space. It's where we're looking outward to the world, and feeling that we don't have what other people have, that it's not available to us, but it is putting you in this stagnant space. But we've got the Ace of Cups coming through, of really highlighting that you have everything that you need within you. Again, this is we've got this stillness here. We've got this space, this sitting under a tree and contemplating these things. So I feel like with this energy of this retrograde, this shadow, that there are going to be messages coming up about what you're going to be sort of reprogramming with this Page of Swords, of this bringing in new ideas. You know, the Page of Swords is looking backwards, is constantly turning over and looking to the past. This is what we're doing in this space. This is the time for that. Maybe make a note of the things that come up that feel like that Four of Cups energy. It might be things that you thought you've dealt with that just bubble up to the surface, that as I say, like, even if we're not consciously aware of these things, there's still a lot going on within us that is deep in that unconscious space, that is causing that stagnant space, that inability to open up to the abundance of the universe when we have all of that within us. It's just, there are things that we are here to, in this incarnation, to work through and understand and transmute. So yeah, we've got that Page of Swords, Mercury looking backwards, going over things, ideas coming through that are perhaps helping you understand why you're in this space, or not necessarily in this space, but why these feelings might still be there. I know certainly in my own journey that there are things I think I've worked on and that I'm fine with, and then events happen or things come up in my mind and I'm like, oh no, that still hurts. That actually still hurts. I thought I was okay. I thought I had let that go, but there's the part of me that's potentially still like screaming in pain or anguish, or that feeling of that lack space. And it's not to shame, that space, it's not to resent that space, it's not to submerge it, it's acknowledging it's a very valid part of the human experience. And this retrograde is helping unearth these things and bring things to light, because this is your creation energy, and that could have been this sense of it not being enough, of it not being what people want, of it not being received by others. But you receive it. It is yours. It is solely yours. You cultivate your love and appreciation and vitality for that energy. But what I like here with this combination, so we've got this stagnant energy, we've got the Page of Swords sort of going, hey, let's work through this, you know, let's question this. And the more that you come to understand that, we've got, for the shadow period, we've got the Six of Swords. I love this. This is so fitting for this journey, because this is the shadow. Again, things can feel really big that are linked into the retrograde during this time, but the Six of Swords is you're going on a journey. It doesn't have to be a physical journey. This can be going to a new space in your unconscious mind, clearing away the stuck energy that's been showing up, because these figures, they are going to a new land. But if you notice here, it's very still. They're going to a calmer space that they can think better in. And the Six of Swords represents taking what works for you, taking the things that are tried and tested, that have supported you, that facilitate this journey into calmer land. So everything that's showing up during this shadow time is really getting you to sort of pare down, clear out, and be confident in what it is that you have and the journey that you're going on. I love this. I love this. And this sense of renewal is showing up, because we've got the we funnily enough have the Ace of Cups coming up afterwards. But let's not forget these cards. And I say that because I had just completely forgotten. We've got Justice, the Seven of Wands, and Judgment. So Justice is about bringing things into balance again, bringing this energy into balance, righting some internal wrongs that may have hurt and may have caused this space. We've all had that, and seeing the truth, seeing with clarity what's come up and why it's come up. You can't quite see those, but they're here. And we've got the Seven of Wands. This is being in a space of competition. So they're fighting off the Six Wands, and they look a bit unsteady, right? They've got different shoes on. One foot's in a river, one foot, but they're on the higher ground. This is I always say with this card of the thing that you're doing has value and worth. And sometimes we can feel like we're in competition with others, you know, that Four of Cups, that it's a similar energy of stepping outside of this competition space, stepping out of thinking that the value that you have, that you're giving, remember, you're on a higher ground. You don't need to be in competition. You don't need to fight. What you have is yours, and it's unique to you and of value to you, and focus on that. And we've got the Judgment card. Now, this is about resurrection. This follows the Death card of knowing what you need to let go of, the Alchemy card of finessing and purifying and understanding every single part of you to get it together in order to make magic. The Judgment card is having done that work. Every part of you is in a state of revelation, is in a state of ascension, of raising that frequency. So shifting outside of this space of being in competition, things have come into balance. You've looked to the past, and the rights have been wronged, and however that forms, it doesn't necessarily say you're throwing that wrong energy back at anybody else. It's just bringing your equilibrium into balance, of switching the energy up in both of these cards, of going inward and understanding your own value, your own power of your creative energy, and setting free some of the limiting beliefs that you may have had, which is leading to this Judgment space. But this is all that Mercury in shadow. I was just about to say, I feel that judgment is that energy is available, but we are heading towards that for the whole of the reading and the whole of the journey of Mercury going through that sign. But the things that are going to come up in that shadow period are sort of pointing in the direction of this energy. So we have for the Mercury retrograde. Love this energy. Really love this energy. We've got the Fool and the Ace of Cups. You know, that Four of Cups is not necessarily acknowledging and understanding your own ability to nourish yourself. The Fool is about going on a journey and looking. We're starting again. So we've got the Judgment card, which is resurrection, where we're headed. But in the meantime, you're starting on a new journey. You're sort of, the things have come up, you've understood, you know the journey that you're on, but you're open to what's going to come up. You're open to the experience, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and understand what's being cultivated at this time is setting you free, is raising that frequency and that vibration. Even if these might be difficult things to look at. Again, Taurus rules the throat and the neck. This is about getting in touch with your voice, your authentic space, this sense of clarity of knowing what it is that you appreciate in you. Taurus is a very personal sign. So having that in your creative energy, this is your experience and how you feel about it and how you value it. And the Fool is really opening up with this journey of exploration, of looking into this new way of communicating to yourself, this new way of getting your body to communicate to you and to that creative spark that you have deep within you. We've got the Ace of Cups, so following that Four of Cups, the Ace of Cups is coming in. This energy is coming in, this sense of renewal, this sense of, I always say, give from your saucer, not from your cup. When we give from our saucer, we're giving from a space of abundance. That energy that we're giving out is from an abundant space. So rather than this depletion of if we're giving from our cup, it shows that our cup isn't full. We need to tend to our own needs, our own creative spark. This cup is overflowing. It's not only nourishing you on an emotional level, but it's nourishing the ground that you're walking upon, that physical, tangible space that you have within you. So that's the retrograde. These are the energies that are coming up. The journey that you're on is taking you on a journey of renewal, taking you on a journey of being able to feel nourished on a deeply emotional space in this tangible body. So this sense of intuition coming through with Mercury of again, this is with Venus. How do you feel about it? How do you love it? What moves you? Where are your desires, and how can you replenish them and fill them up? Fill up your own cup here during this journey. We have for the conjunction. So I forgot to say, this was even though I said before, this is the conjunction. This is after the Aries new moon that you have in your 4th house, with that conjunction with Uranus, of looking at things differently, of having that state of appreciation come in about what it is that you have to offer. So we've got for the conjunction with the Sun. So I really that's so funny. I was just thinking that we've got this. We're in this space with this conjunction of Mercury, that evening star of looking back, and then merging the other side of the Sun and looking forward. So we've got the 6 of Cups here, which is all about the past. It's all about your memories linked into your past. You're able to switch that energy of on an unconscious or conscious level of how you connect to that limited programming that we have, things that have happened in the past that may have blocked you, and you're able to see it with a fresh new eyes. You're able to see these things as gifts from the past, about how you've grown and how you've been able to make the choices that you want to make. Because we've got then the 9 of Pentacles, very independent energy. This figure does what they need to do they make the right decisions for the long term in order to get them into this abundant space. Very positive card, this coming through with this conjunction with the Sun, the sense of vitality of, right, we've been working through the past, we've been trying to look at it differently. We've got this Ace of Cups that's been facilitating our ability to clear out our memories about how we feel in our body, about things, and now we're getting it more in line with this very strong independent space that we've got. The sun is very full of vitality, very direct, helping you be able to get into this space of the decisions that you make, the way that you interact with your creation energy. Again, this can link into children, romance, dating, all below, but it's you focus on you, and that strength and that resilience and that power that you have within you, of being able to make the right decision. So now we're moving into the morning star. Now, following this energy, we've got Mercury as the morning star, and this is about dominion. This is having made the right decisions. You've got the lay of the land. You've got a high perspective. You're then able to start on a new journey. You're now looking to the future. So these ships are about to go out on a journey across the ocean. They're going out on an adventure to explore new things, to come up and get new perspectives. And the ships will come back, and they are facilitating moving forward. This is dominion. This is a very powerful manifestation card. So then we've got some really beautiful cards for the energy moving into the next part of the cycle. So this is what we're cultivating, what we're taking for the second half of Mercury's journey. And we've got the Four of Wands and we've got the Ten of Pentacles. Both of these cards talk about interacting with communities, with long-term legacy. The four of Wands is about the end of the harvest. You've been working, you've been creating something, you've been putting in the hard work, and now there's a sense of celebration. You're reaping what you've sown. And this is about long-term legacy. Again, that same, it's about hard work. Hard work isn't negative, and there's so much satisfaction in putting the time in, working out what really works for you, and putting in the hard work with this retrograde, and watching things grow, thinking long term rather than thinking in the moment. These are both about long term events happening and manifesting. This is also about bringing the material into the spiritual, with the plain clothed and the very ornate figure of the older energy, bringing in that spiritual and the mundane in this community. They're in a town. This is a town. There's very much linked into the things that you're doing has an impact on the community. Regardless of whether those creative things that you're doing are personal to you, as I say, whether they go out into the world or not, this is still the energy that you're cultivating is affecting the collective. You know, it's also we've got a child there. You know, I talk about, you know, it's children and also the creative things we do. They are our children, and there's a lot of safety here. There's a lot of feeling secure, and also there's also enjoyment as well. So we're enjoying the process, but aware of the eyes on the prize, the eyes on the future. Right. So lovely reading. Let's just pull some clarification cards. So these are either going to be confirmation cards of some of the messages that have come through, messages that didn't come through in the tarot, or just adding to what's already been said. So this is a numerology deck. I put all the decks in the description box, if any of them take your fancy. Let's see what wants to come through for Capricorn. We've got individuality. Again, all of our creation sparks are unique to ourselves. Again, that Four of Cups as well, of like looking outwards and comparing. The Seven of Wands, of what you have to offer is good, and feeling like you're in that competition space. Trying to shift those energies, bring that energy inward, use that competition energy to compete in a very joyful way with yourself, and enjoy that process of learning and growing. And we're constantly a student, and we're constantly the teacher. We are always in that space of movement, of evolving, and yes, we've got the Four of Swords there, which is about going inward, of tapping into that higher self part of who you are, whether that be in sleep, meditation, or just being that understanding that this is a process, this is taking time, is not to rush in, but we are, even in that stillness, we are still constantly, I'm not the same person I was a second ago. That is just a fact, and yet I am every version of myself that's ever happened in the past and in the future. This is, these are the paradoxes that we live with. And so this is the First Light Tarot. I'm going to pull some more cards from this. This is a mixture of major arcana, question cards, statement cards, and keyword cards. I usually shuffle until I usually pull cards until we get a major arcana. So let's see what wants to come through for Capricorn in this reading with Mercury in Taurus. Well-being, awareness. Tending to your creative energy, your individual spark, having awareness of taking care of your energy, your creation energy is, well, we all should do it, really. Oh, that definitely flipped. We've got resistance, preparation. Resistance to taking care of your own well-being. Have a rest, Capricorn. I know a lot of the readings, there's been so many pentacles, so many pentacle cards coming through. You've been working. There is a need for fun, a need for play. I like that we've got the Page of Pentacles for the overall energy coming through for Mercury in Taurus, the sense of vitality, the sense of playfulness. Yeah, enjoy and have some fun. So what they've done the Page of Swords, individuality, Four of Cups, resistance, Seven of Wands, well-being, justice. So I don't know, I'm not picking up that you've been resistant to this, but that there is resistance in your body that's blocking that flow. I mean, it is for all of us. We've also got that Aries new moon that's happening in your 4th house, and that's very much linked into ancestors, of helping clear out any residual resistance in the body that's blocking your well-being and your sense of individuality, not necessarily cutting the ties from others, as I said, spells, whatever, trauma, all those things, but transmuting that energy, shifting that energy up, bringing it into balance, and so you're left with what works for you on a very individual spirit basis. Right, so we still haven't got a major arcana, so I'm gonna messages, an open mind. So again, that sort of being in that state of rest, knowing that you're held. That can be in nature, it can be God, creator, your own ethical system, whatever that is. That there are, you're going to get a lot, well, we're all getting a lot of messages with this Mercury transit, but keep an open mind. Do not resist. And write things down. I'm really getting write things down. You may not necessarily get it at the time, but if you just write it down and then you can meditate on these things and see what comes through. Still no major arcana. They're doing this to wind me up. I know it. See, this nearly popped out. This nearly popped out. And I was like, okay. Others looking in. Is this people valuing what you're doing? Valuing the creative energy you have to give. This also could be the cosmos looking in and being appreciative, but because it's going with these cards, which is very much about community of through this journey, you know, it's just such an interesting phrase, others looking in, that I'm getting the sense of appreciation for what you have to offer, rather than that competitive space. There's just this sense of of value, of appreciation. I'm just trying to figure out another way of saying appreciation, but it's an interesting phrase because it could also we've got financial discipline. Mercury is also linked into money and commerce, because that is an exchange, a way of communicating. So that might be particular to some of you. What was that coming up with? That was coming up for the retrograde of starting on a new journey of financial discipline. With the house of amusement and fun, that can be like you could have been overspending. For some of you, that now this is a journey of getting in line, having cleared out a lot of that trauma, of really being able to adult yourself, and bring in that financial discipline. Or the journey that you're on is helping give you financial strength as well. I mean, they're kind of the same thing. Okay, right. Back to the First Light Tarot. I won't jinx it. Code, puzzles, synchronicities, a coincidence. Cracking the code, eh? Cracking the code. Also, creative outlets, providing you a space to be financially in line. Still no major arcana though. I shouldn't have said it. There we go. That flipped. The Star. Potential, success, happy endings, promising beginnings. It's also the card of deep healing on a cosmic and earthly plane. Hopes and dreams, but I do like, we've got potential, success, happy endings. We've got a lot of positivity coming in with this transit of realigning you to get in line with your star energy. And like this with the creative energy, like getting a lot of this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun, of, you know, with the star and the traditional Rider-Waite, she is unclothed. She is rid of as many masks as humanly possible. Of again, that's not that comparing yourself to others or feeling in competition. She is in her own power, in a deeply healed, positive. This card always makes me well up a little bit when it comes out. This is the protection card. This is the Moon in Aries. You know, we've also got a child here, being protective of your children, of your creative energy, but I'm getting the feeling that these are protected. And with those others looking in, again, linking to the energies, to your past lives, your ancestors, any vibrational frequency that you are aware that you tap into, or you might not even be aware that there is this space that you are being celebrated and supported for long-term legacy. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that there, Capricorn, because this has been it's been a long reading. Loved it, really enjoyed this one. Definitely not the same energy as yesterday, that was bananas. Okay, I really appreciate you watching and spending time with me here, and I really love the energy transfer. As I said in the introduction, there are many ways you can pay this energy forward, so if you feel so inclined, please do so. And on that note, Capricorn, be well out there, good luck, and we'll see you soon. I just wanted to unpause because I'm clearing up the cards, and I had this song come into my head, Can't Touch This, and I just wanted to share it because sometimes, you know, song lyrics are messages in themselves, obviously, and I just getting the vibe of whatever this journey that you're on, that you're doing, that you're gonna feel so grounded and so supported, like it's that no one can touch it. No one can touch it, and you're not bothered anymore. Even if they can, they can't touch that internal cosmic creation energy that you have within you. My hand was over my sacral chakra, where we store our creation energy. So I just wanted to share that. Maybe go listen to the song, but yeah. All right, Capricorn, be well until we meet again. Sagittarius rising. How you doing, Sag? So for those of you just tapping into the Sagittarius energy, it will still apply, just in a different area of your life. Look to where Sagittarius falls in your natal chart. Apply the themes of that house to the messages that are coming through. But for Sagittarius rising, this transit of Mercury through Taurus is happening in your 6th house. This is the house of work, health, and routines. It's also linked into pets. But this energy, Taurus energy, is in conjunct to Sagittarius energy. So this is traditionally where they don't have things in common. So Sagittarius is a mutable fire day yang sign. Taurus is a fixed earth yin night sign. So it's like having a conversation with somebody where you've got nothing in common. At the beginning it can feel frustrating, a bit crossed wires, a bit awkward. But the magic in the inconjunct is, after a while, when you've cultivated this energy, you realize that there's such power in bringing very different ideas together, to work together, to help facilitate growth and understanding. You know, it's difficult for us to do the work, to put the routines in, to get our health in order. You know, this is the house of adulting, and often we have a lot of trauma linked into blocking our ability to do so. However, we've got this transit of Mercury here. So revisiting your work, revisiting your health, revisiting your routines and what it means to you, and how do you feel about these things? How do you get pleasure out of these things? Because this is the sign ruled by Venus. And Venus, at the moment, until the 11th of April, will be in Taurus. So for the beginning part of this transit, she's really feeding into Mercury, all that sense of appreciation and understanding and creativity of what you care about in your work, feeding it into Mercury right at the beginning, giving that stamp of desire and pleasure, and connection to Mercury about, hey, how are we gonna understand what we care about in our work, health, and routines? How are we going to communicate that? Not only to ourselves, but to the people around us. It can also link into co-workers. So there might be things that you're revisiting, work plans and projects that need going over. Routines that you may have felt have been working, but this is going to just add another layer, another dimension to ingrain that, thinking differently, and also understanding your health in a different way, and what's best for you on a very tangible, sense-based orientation. So because we're dealing with Venus, because she rules Taurus, and what's going on with Venus is impacting what's going on in Taurus, we look to where she is. And for this part of the series, I'm focusing on her journey through Gemini. And she, as I said, will be moving there on the 11th of April. And Gemini for you is opposing your Sagittarius energy. So oppositions we deal with in full moon. Sometimes we're out of balance from one, we're prioritizing one energy over the other, or seesawing between the two. With oppositions, this is about finding a balance. So Venus is moving through there. She's helping bring fun and amusement, a desire for stimulation, a desire to collect information and understand that information. She's also helping smooth over the potential chaotic energy that Mars may have had there after its transit, 8-month transit in Gemini. Okay, now that's half the deck. That was the Two of Wands. We'll see if that comes out again. And so what she's doing there in your one-to-one relationship. So this is business, romantic, friendship. It's also for me very much my relationship with the universe, with the energies, on a very personal, intimate basis of what you're committing to. And so you're getting a sense of ease here in that house. And that's feeding into your work life. That's feeding into how you take care of yourself. That's feeding into your health. Getting our one-to-one intimate relationships that take up a significant amount of our time can impact those areas of our lives. And so now we're getting support to understand that, have a sense of appreciation, and support from our one-to-one relationships feeding into that area. As we're dealing with a work house, that can be people that you work with, relationships that you have, clients that you have. And how your connection to them and your desire to interact with them is helping you understand what it is that you need from the 6th house area of your life. We're dealing with Mercury here, so we are looking at Venus affecting Taurus. We look to Mercury and the signs that it rules, and it's going to impact those signs and those houses. So Mercury rules Gemini, which we've just talked about. So we're in a feedback loop between Venus and Gemini. It's called mutual reception. They're essentially able to share each other's resources and understandings and how they operate and the energy that they bring to our lives. They're working together. There's a strong connection. They're able to ask, Mercury asking Venus, hey, I'm in your land, what, help me out here. And Venus is in Mercury's land and she's going, hey, how do I work with this? And they're just able to move through these houses with a bit more flow because they're in mutual reception with one another. And so Mercury's ruling Gemini. So again, what's going on with this retrograde is impacting your one-to-one relationships, those intimate people in your life, and how you need to get your work, health, routine balance. And how that's impacting what it is that you need from your one-to-one relationships, and how you're able to communicate better with this transit in your one-to-one relationships. Mercury also rules, my left leg is shaking quite a lot right now. That may mean something to some of you. Mercury also rules Virgo, and for you that's a fellow mutable sign, so that's squaring your Sagittarius energy, and that's in your 10th house of career, life purpose, how the big outside world sees you. Lots of fire energy coming through for you, Sag. And so this house of work that we're dealing with Taurus, where Uranus has been for quite some time, getting you to be your authentic self in your work, thinking differently about routines, health, and what it is that you want from your work. And so Mercury moving through that house and that retrograde is going to impact where you want to be headed, how you connect to your life purpose, how other people may see you with this reevaluation of your communication space in the 6th house. So that's the kind of general energy that we've got for you, Sag, at this time. There are going to be 5 piles. The first pile is going to be the general energy of Mercury moving through Taurus. In some of the readings, some cards have come up that are sort of highlighting what Mercury has done in Aries, but some it hasn't. So I'm just letting you know that that may come up. The second pile is going to be Mercury's journey in shadow. So this started yesterday, the 7th of April. That was a very intense energy yesterday. And this will be last. And so this this shadow period, what does shadow mean before I go through? So this is, sorry, blah, 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 blah. This is from the 7th of April to the 21st of April, this pile. And so the shadow period is essentially when Mercury hits the degree that it's going to finish the retrograde at. So from now until the 21st of April, Mercury's going over this territory that it's going to go back over. So shadow period can often be a time when it's what we get cues and understandings and synchronicities linked into what this retrograde is going to mean for us. It can be really loud. It can often be louder than the retrograde itself. Depends on your chart, depends how you interact with this energy, depends with lots of other things linked into your personal space. And so this is a time when we are evaluating that shadow, that sort of unseen, those unseen messages, that unconscious space is coming to the surface of as I said, letting you know what kind of clues and understandings that you're going to be working with that retrograde. And this began when Mercury was basically conjunct the North Node and opposed the South Node. So really dealing with that eclipse cycle that we've had in Taurus and Scorpio right from the get-go. The North Node can really accentuate things and make things big. It's where we're headed. It's the direction that we're going on. You would have had a lot of changes happening in your working environment, and the way that you look at your health and the way that you look at your routines and the Scorpio energy of your hopes and your dreams, your groups and alliances being refined. So we've got some big energy hitting right at the beginning of this journey of Mercury. And not only that, we've also got a sextile to Mars, and this is for a couple of days following that energy. So I pulled cards for this in the Mars transit, so do go check that out if you feel so inclined. And so Mars is in your 8th house of shared resources. So this is your give and take with the outside world. This can be linked into inheritance, cosmic or 3D, loans, mortgages, taxes. All of these things can come up during this time, but it's more, Mars is getting you in line with how you, my left leg really is still shaking here. In some traditions, the left side of the body is linked into the feminine, the yin, night side of us. We are dealing with Mercury in a feminine yin night sign of tapping into that part of who you are. We have the feminine, the masculine and the neutral within us, which helps us be fluid between all of these energies, of getting that into balance, of communicating with that side of us. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the sextile with Mars. So a sextile is an aspect of Venus, again bringing some more Venus energy in here, of love, creativity, harmony, diplomacy, a sense of appreciation, of value, of your desire. So Mars is moving through the 8th house of helping you tap into your deeply intuitive, emotionally individual space of what motivates you to take action, what motivates you for that give and take with the outside world, getting that into balance of rejigging those sort of impulse mechanisms we may have had if we felt like we've had too little, so we take too much, or we give too much in order to feel validated and don't feel like we get that back. It's Mars's journey through there is really helping you on a very, as I said, it's Cancer, it's the first water sign, on a very emotional, intuitive space of nourishing your needs. It's ruled by the moon. And so all of this energy right at the beginning of the shadow with Mars, of that motivation and drive and taking action, and helping unearth, because we're dealing with the moon as well. So that moon energy is feeding into Mercury of our unconscious emotional needs and how they feel in our body. So we're going to get a lot of clues coming up here of how we're going to be in the space of rewiring how our body senses the outside world in that give and take, and that's going to impact your work and your routine and your health of like getting things into balance. During this period, Venus is going to move into Gemini. So this is when we're then going to shift. The influence of Venus is going to be bringing in an awareness and understanding and appreciation to your one-to-one relationships. Maybe you're going to be feeling supported by the relationships that you have. That is going to help you feel safe and secure. You know, it's very Taurian energy of helping release those blocked impulses when we come to that area of your life. The third pile is happening on the 21st of April. This is when Mercury's station retrograde. So this is going to be for the beginning part of the retrograde phase. But the day before, we've got a second new moon in Aries on the 20th. And you have Aries in your creation energy. I'll be doing a separate video on this. If you want to know more about it, I talk about it in the spring equinox and the first Aries new moon video that I did. I really recommend it. The spring equinox is kind of like the blueprint of us for collectively for the astrological year. But in a nutshell, that first Aries new moon that we had a while back, this is a defrag time. This is really clearing out the clutter, getting, working through stuck energy, not only linked into our own limited beliefs and programmings and traumas, our parents, our lineage through blood, but also the collective energy, as well as our spirit and our soul's lineage of past lives and past engagements, and generally the universe as a whole. We're clearing out a lot of stuff right now for this second Aries new moon. It's a hybrid eclipse, which for me was very much like a quantum leap, a reshifting of our energetic DNA on a cosmic level. And that is happening the day before this retrograde. So that means this retrograde is infused with this very, very potent Aries. I am create for you, that creative energy spark of who you are, really rebooting at this time. But then we've got this retrograde. So we're going to be going over things. We're going to be clearing out and thinking differently because as well as that, we have Mercury at 15 degrees, 37 minutes. I will put all of this in the description box, so don't worry. I know it's a lot of information. You can go back and look at it. Will be conjunct Uranus at 17 degrees, 42 minutes. It's just over 2 degrees. This is still a very tight conjunction. So this means Uranus and Mercury are Uranus is heavily influencing Mercury at the beginning of this retrograde. Uranus is the oddball of the solar system. It wants us to be very much in our authentic space. It can be very disruptive energy, and this is usually in order to deal and break down foundations of things that did not serve you, and weren't helping you get on in line with your soul's journey. So we've got very unique, very maverick, very innovative, inventive energy. Feeding into Mercury at the beginning of this retrograde, of really helping you think of different paths, look at things in a different way, look at the past in a different way. Again, clearing out a lot of stubborn, limited beliefs that we have in our bodies that are getting in the way of us being our authentic selves. At the same time, we've got another sextile with Mars. So Mars is a big influence on this Mercury transit. And so this is at 13 degrees, 47 minutes. So, and we're going to feel this at the time and then a couple of days after when the sextile is exact. And so this is, again, that sextile energy, but this is, Mars is at the beginning, in the middle of its journey through, did that flip over? Yes, it did. In the middle of its journey through Cancer. So you've got an idea of an awareness of what's been going on with Mars, what Mars wants to teach you, how you're motivated to take action based on your intuition, and getting your needs nourished, and the way that you nourish others in alignment with your actions can be very protective energy, protective of your needs when it comes to the outside world. And that's feeding into the beginning of the retrograde. So all that support and knowledge and wisdom of your actions is helping you understand how to communicate into your body, into how you feel about things, your ability to understand and open the roads up and think differently with that energetic support, not only from Uranus, the second full new moon, and Mars. The fourth pile is when Mercury on the 1st or 2nd of May will be conjunct the Sun. Now, this is a big part of the Mercury retrograde. So this is called a cazimi. So when any celestial body conjuncts the sun, this is a time of divine illumination, wisdom, and vitality. But particularly with the messenger of the gods, Mercury, this is the sun giving Mercury some divine inspiration. Some messages are coming through over these, in the lead up to this and afterwards. And this is happening at 11 degrees of Taurus, so it's the midway point of the retrograde. And before all of this, so up until this point, Mercury has been an evening star, and has been an evening star since it came out of its conjunction with the sun in Capricorn. And an evening star is very much the yin-night energy. This is about planning, going over the past, cultivating, working with the details, not necessarily taking immediate direct action. There's this sense of, there's a softness, there's an engagement, there's a contemplation, a questioning of what's been going on, particularly sort of more reevaluating the past, which is why I feel like we're clearing out a lot of energy linked into the past, consciously or unconsciously. And then following this, when Mercury moves away from the sun, Mercury's turned into the morning star, and the morning star is that yang day energy. It's very direct, it wants to take action, very future thinking, but it's using everything that you've learned and you've been cultivating, you've been going over in this retrograde, and now applying all of that wisdom to being able to take action. We're still in the retrograde, we're still going over things, there are still going to be stuff that we're revising, but the focus is now where we're headed rather than the revision period itself. 3 days after this, we've got the full moon in Scorpio. So this is going to be an eclipse. And this is, so this conjunction with the sun is falling a couple of days before this full moon. So very potent energy of sort of this completion energy, this understanding of self, feeding into Mercury right at the beginning, at the midway point of this journey. And this is the full moon in Scorpio, so that's in your 11th house of hopes and dreams. So this energy of either your hopes and dreams, they're being realized, or sort of a leveling up of where your hopes and dreams are, having done all this revision about your work and your health and your routines. Like where do you want to be going? How do you want your work to feel for you? Again, we're dealing with Venus ruling Taurus. What brings you comfort? But comfort in a very elevated way of being able to think differently about how you look to comfort and how you look to that sense of responding in a way that is based on your tangible senses, like getting those in alignment with your hopes and your dreams. The fifth pile, this is the energy of Mercury, what's being cultivated and how it's moving into okay, they didn't want that one. They're so funny sometimes. Of moving into the next part of the journey. And this is for when Venus moves into Cancer on the 7th of May. So this is switching gear. Now Venus's focus is going to be on that give and take relationship rather than focusing on the one-to-one relationships that you have with other people. So it's a development and a growth space of, okay, cultivating those relationships, but now how is your dynamic with those relationships? So that's all of the piles that are going to be there. I'm just going to shuffle for a little while longer to see if any more cards want to come out. Okay, so they're done. And now I may be a little bit quiet, as I said in the introduction, because when I'm channeling in this way, I quieten my monkey mind and let the energies do what they need to do. And it can be the free flow of thinking and speaking isn't as easily accessible. Rather than this being words, so this is for the energy of Mercury and Taurus. Some of the readings, it's felt like some of the behind cards have been about the Mercury and Aries journey, but I'm getting that this is entirely related to Mercury and Taurus. So we've got the Two of Pentacles. This is about the balancing act, and this is Earth energy. So this is linked into work, health, and your body. With the Two of Pentacles, you're constantly in a state of motion. You're having to balance things, and it means you're not able to really think and really to engage, that it's kind of survival mode. The Two of Pentacles, if you see in the background, these ships are on very rocky wavy ocean, but they're still afloat, but they're in that space of, just imagine if you're in a ship in a storm, that you're just focusing on getting through the next day. You're not really able to think about what it is that you truly need and want from this very earthy space, from this work, health, and routines. And we've got, for the general energy for Mercury and Taurus, is the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands is defending your passion, defending your creativity. There's a sense of adventure, sense of movement. Very much, even though this is, there's movement in the balancing act, there's still a stagnation, there's still of not being able to make decisions for yourself based on your needs. And the Knight of Wands is coming bulldozing in. There's a speed with the Knight of Wands of saying, hey, I'm helping you be able to understand what it is that you care about, what is it you're passionate about. You are a fire sign. There is a need for movement, there's a need for action and adventure, that you might have felt that that isn't quite in alignment with your work and what it is that you're doing, and the Knight's coming along to help provide that space for you to be able to charge and take action. Okay, so we have, for the shadow period, so this is from the 7th to the 21st. This is when we're getting clues about the retrograde. Often it can be louder than the retrograde itself. We've got the Hanged Man, we've got the Page of Cups, and we've got the Three of Cups. So the Hanged Man is about pause, being in that limbo space, but being observant. It's about changing your perspective. So this is about connecting to a part of you when you're in a space of stillness. We are being in this very contemplative time with this retrograde. Things may be happening, but it's how you observe them and how you change your perspective to them. So triggers might come up during this time that are sort of highlighting, oh, this is the shadow part of what I need to look at in this Mercury retrograde. And I always talk about Odin. He was a Norse god. He was upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. And at the end, in order to change his perspective, and at the end of it, he received the wisdom of the runes, which is sort of another way of divination sent from the universe, that you are, during this time, in an act of observation of the messages that are coming through, the divination from the universe that is helping you understand the journey that you're going to be on. But it is asking for stillness. It's highlighting this awareness of, this is a limbo phase. This isn't necessarily a time for direct action. We are dealing with a Taurus, which is a yin night sign. And we've got the Page of Cups, which is revitalizing energy. It's one of the happiest cups in the deck. It's linked into imagination and creativity. Maybe these are triggers that are coming up of you haven't, with your work or the way that you look at your health and routines, that it's maybe have been lacking this inspiration, or lacking this this creativity, this imagination. And what's coming up is either helping unblock those things and bring in, you're going to be going on this journey of looking at things in very different ways, using your imagination, contemplating different paths to go on, but doing so there's a happiness to the Page of Cups. There's it's a useful card of reevaluating, heralding in a new connection that you have emotionally to your work, and Okay, that's all they wanted me to say. And then we've got the Three of Cups crowning this. And so this is about being in communion with others. Perhaps this is what it is that you need from your working environment, that you're seeking with this retrograde of how you want to understand your work. You know, Mercury's also linked into the mind and how we think about things, of bringing in this ability to be with like-minded people and celebrated in your work. Perhaps that's been something that hasn't been as prominent, but this is something that you're craving and you're needing in this shadow journey of getting you in touch with your authentic voice, which is Taurus, rules the throat and the voice. And really helping shift that vibrational frequency, changing that perspective, bringing in that sense of illumination. You look here, this essentially has a halo around his head, sort of activating of the crown chakra, and it's over the throat as well. My head just rolled back, of getting those in alignment and finding some joy, some joy and emotional connection. So this is about bringing also, you know, we're dealing with health routines and work, that there's three things that these are seeking, getting these in union with another one. Maybe you've been prioritizing one over the other, and that's the been having an impact on you. You've been this balancing act of doing these things that neither of these have been satisfied. You don't feel you're in that survival mode with those parts. That this is bringing in a sense of communion, and there's joy here. There's a lot of celebration with that. So shifting that, bringing that pleasure mode of Venus in Taurus, of really needing that in your work. Needing to feel valued. And it's about knowing your own value. And the more that we get in line with that, and the more we stop seeking it from, say, your co-workers or the outside world of maybe that's been impacting your health, of not valuing yourself and appreciating your physical body in the way that is that you feel and connect to the world, that's getting in this Mercury retrograde is help getting that into alignment. We have for the retrograde itself. So this is the day before that Aries new moon. It's conjunct Uranus. And also, again, sextiling that Mars of that give and take of the outside world, of bringing that into union. We've got the Eight of Cups and the Page of Wands. So this is another page, and also you've got the Knight of Wands and the Page of Wands, so lots of fire energy. The Eight of Cups is leaving something that's comfortable, and it doesn't mean that it has to be that pleasure-seeking cup. Well, it can be that, but the way I look at it is habits that we have can often be trauma habits that aren't actually serving us, that are that comfort zone, even if it's negatively affecting us. This is about leaving that comfort space. You know, all the cups are upright, so it has an illusion. You know, we've got the moon here, so that illusion of something being comfortable, but it's not serving your long-term perspective, because this figure is going on a journey. This is about going on an emotional journey to climb this mountain to get a higher perspective. You know, very much an elevation of your own dynamic. And so this is the retrograde of with Uranus of doing something differently, and going over and figuring out what it is that you need to do. You're getting the support with the retrograde in order to achieve this. We've got the Page of Wands crowning this retrograde. This is heralding in new passion, new creativity. This is off the bat of that second Aries new moon in your creation spark energy space, of a sense of adventure, perhaps looking to go on a journey. I mean, both of these energies are going on a journey. The Page of Wands particularly, there's a sense of starting a new adventure with yourself, raising your vibrational level. You know, I talked about how this is clearing out a lot of habits and trauma responses that we may have had, that from our own experience, and so many different aspects of, you know, your parents, your lineage, and the collective as a whole. You are a collective sign, so you have that capacity to tap into that, and your, you know, your past lives and all of that stuff that can get in the way of us of we're here to transmute that and break the cycles. And I like you've got a lot of page energy. This is really showing a new way of engaging on an emotional and passionate basis with what's going on. And you know, messages coming through. You're going to maybe get some new inspirations, and just maybe write them down. I've been saying this to everyone. You can writing these things down. You may not understand them at the time, but just see how you feel, not emotionally, but in your body. Does something make you feel good? Write it down, come back to it, revisit it, think about it, cultivate that energy. But this is a real start of a new spark of moving forward. And we've got for the conjunction with the sun. This is on the 1st or 2nd of May, depending on where you live. And you're going to feel it in leading up to it and feeling afterwards. And you've got the World card and the Six of Wands. These are really positive cards. So the World card is, you know, it's the completion of the major arcana. It's about getting to a point of truly knowing yourself. And then you're able to start over again with the Fool. Having, you know, the more that we know ourselves, the more the boundaries of the world open up. You know, this is a Saturn card. And I always say, working with Saturn, that you're going to get boundaries to test what's really core to who you are. You know, this figure was traditionally a hermaphrodite, of that bringing in and understanding every part of what you are, and getting it in line with how you walk in the world. This is kind of saying what's going on here is helping open the world up to you. Maybe moving to a different country for work, or exploring a new possibility of way of looking at the world and looking at how you take actions with it. This is also Saturn, so it's about integrity, bringing in a sense of integrity with your work, integrity with the routines that you take, and how you take care of your physical body, your health. And we've got the Six of Wands. This is a victory card. And so again, more wands, more fire energy coming in for you, Sagittarius. That this figure kind of so this could mean, because we've got this one individual figure and they're about to go and celebrate that, but it's a communal work that's happened. So it might be on a very sort of mundane level, that there's an achievement at work that you've been working on for a long time and that you're getting celebrated for, and that's helping you understand what it is that you need from your work. But I'm really getting the sense of vitality and strength that's coming in from the sun talking to Mercury for the rest of this retrograde. Now Mercury's moving into that morning star action of you are aware of where you're headed. You are aware of your possibility of victory in these areas of your life. And the more that you walk with your own integrity, the more that you know yourself, the more that vibrational frequency is bringing in this energy of support, and celebration and abundance. We have, for the energies moving forward into the next part of this cycle, love this for you happening in the 6th house. So this is independence, taking actions from good foundations that you're thinking long term in order to get to this space of abundance. It's a really positive card, but it's a very independent energy. It's very much this energy knows what they're doing. They know themselves. They're able to understand and not question and second guess themselves. That, you know, a lot of the messages that have been coming through is that we're really harnessing our intuition, however that manifests, of you understanding what brings you pleasure, and that's, you know, that doesn't have to be in a superficial way. Of the more that you cultivate that, the more that you know what moves you, the more that you're able to harness that sense of victory moving forward, because you're making the right decisions with this retrograde. You're really cultivating a lot of strength and understanding that we have with the benefits of a retrograde, of being able to I'm linking that page with that second new moon in Aries of your creation energy. Like you're really going to be able to be in step line with what it is that's the long term, and helping you be able to trust yourself. I mean, I always talk about how it's important that we're real with ourselves, so we're honest with ourselves, but we have compassion for ourselves, as well as that sort of fantasy abundance space of anything is possible, that full energy combined of really being able to help facilitate that internal work for us to get to this space, and without feeling selfish. Like it's not about prioritizing yourself at the expense of the outside world and slashing and taking and being greedy. It's about being having really strong foundations internally, so you're not shaken by the outside world. We're living in crazy times right now, that there's our ability to stand tall no matter what's happening is a very powerful energy to get to. We're all moving. I feel like the journey never ends, but it's what we're striving for. We can but try our best every day, and I think that's a really important energy. That when I do talk about the individual, it's not at the sacrifice of and diminishing of the people that you love and the people around you, but I think when you work with that energy for a while, you're able to understand the difference between a vibration that feels good or not. Right, we're dealing with Taurus here, which is our physical senses. You kind of know, like, even when you get that sensation of, oh, that feels good in the moment, I'm right, they're wrong, you kind of know that it feels good, but you're also aware that that's not how you want to feel long term, right? Those energies have a lot of power because there's a big deal of intensity there, and it's usually because we repress those sides of us and we don't understand that that's part of the human experience, and we shame ourselves for feeling that way. And I'm not talking about shame, I'm just acknowledging that you're in that moment, but you can have preferences about whether you want to hold on to that space, and they usually blow up in our face because we don't even allow ourselves to feel those things. Right, so I'm going to pull some clarification cards. This is the numerology deck. I put all the decks in the description box, so if any of them take your fancy. So this is either going to be confirming messages that have come through, bringing in messages that may have been missed in the tarot, or adding to messages that we've already been talking about. So let's see what wants to come out for Sagittarius for this Mercury transit in Taurus. So we've got personal growth. Yeah, I mean, that's just that. I feel like that card should come out at all times because we're always in that state. But what's happening here is, this is the know thyself card of you've gone through all the trials and tribulations of the major arcana, and you're now really strong in yourself. As I said, like it doesn't matter what the world. We've got the Emperor card, so this is the first light tarot. This is a mixture of major arcana, question cards, statement cards. We've got power, logic, stability, plans. So plans, the retrograde is very much about plans. Of the more that we engage in personal growth, the more that we step into our own sovereignty. And the Emperor is does the things that it does in order to not only support itself, but to support the people, the community that it rules. And I mean, that's just energetically. Like, as I say, don't be a dick. Well, I can say don't be a dick. I think, that's a as a shortened version of a lot of Jesus's messages. Don't be a dick. Do unto others as you would do to yourself. Yeah. Sort of highlighting that energy of, like, you can be in command of yourself and know your own inner sovereignty, but you can be an emperor about it rather than, we've got resistance. Preparation again. Personal growth takes preparation. We are on this retrograde journey. This takes time. We're revisiting, we're going over things. It's part of our ability to integrate, to have the energy of Mercury, which is the mind and how we communicate, understand all that information that we've been downloading so quickly in Aries. This is how we integrate it into our physical form. Seem to want to do one more. Whoa. Diversity, blending, trying different things, different perspectives. Being creative about things can help you understand what it is that you truly want by trying, exploring, engaging with different ideas, revisiting old ones, bringing it all together. Right, this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. We're going to get some final messages. I might actually pull another numerology card as well. Do they want to come out? Got vision. Thinking differently. Going on this journey, you're going to get that understanding of yourself, a new way of looking at yourself, a new sense of passion and understanding your ability to take action in the world from an independent space that facilitates your growth, as well as the growth of everything around you. The vibrational frequency of abundance. We've got affair. So, love affair. This is a love affair with yourself. This may, I mean, I wouldn't say much. Wait, we've got Venus moving into your 7th house. This could be somebody that you interact with, is helping you fall in love with yourself, in love with your work, in love with how you take care of yourself, or it's you're meeting someone with an energy that's helping. You're drawing in that energy of what it is that you need from a one-to-one relationship that's supporting and nourishing you, and that may happen. You know, people are very resistant about engaging in relationships with retrogrades. I mean, we're having a Venus retrograde in Leo actually in July, or is it June? That maybe the work that you're doing now is going to open up that space for you, Sagittarius. But you have Leo in the 10th house, in the 9th house. So maybe someone from a environment that is unfamiliar to you. Yeah, that's an interesting message coming through. But, you know, I'm going to say love relationship with your work. And with the way that you take care of yourself as well. Very much so. Very much so. Right, final card. I'm going to pull from the numerology deck again, because I just feel like personal growth is a bit of a cop-out. I mean, I do realise that they do send cards that are sort of confirming what's come through, but I'm going to see what else is coming through for you, Sag. So, let's see what's going on. Parenting. I did say the 6th house for me is that it's where we go to parent ourselves, and often because of the neglect we may have faced in various ways, it doesn't matter what our parents do, they mess us up, that gets in the way of us being able to commit to our work, being able to commit to ourselves and our health and our routines. We tend to think quite in the short term, you know, logic, stability, plans, with the Emperor bringing stability so you can be the adult in the room for yourself, so you can parent yourself and take care of yourself. And doing it, I love that the Venuses come through with affair, but really take pleasure in that, and it not be a burden, it not be a drain on who you are, but really opening up this beautiful space of abundance. Right, Sag, I'm going to leave it at that. I really appreciate you watching, being here with me, and the energy transfer. I love it. As I said in the introduction, there are many ways you can pay this forward if any of this resonated with you. So if you feel so inclined to do any of those things, be very much appreciated. And be well out there until we meet again, Sag. Scorpio rising. How you doing, Scorpio? So for those of you just tapping into the Scorpio energy, this will just apply, but in a different area of your life. So look to where Scorpio falls in your chart. Look to the house that it's in. See what themes are linked into that house and apply the messages. Apply those themes to the messages that are coming through. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. But for Scorpio rising, this Mercury transit in Taurus is happening in your 7th house. Taurus opposes Scorpio energy. So we get this kind of energy at full moons where it can highlight imbalances. So with all oppositions, it's weird. We're trying to get to not prioritize one over the other, to not sacrifice one over the other. We can swing out of balance between the sense of self that you have with Scorpio rising and the other of your intimate relationships. This is your one-to-one relationships, business, personal, friendship, romantic. It can be your connection to energies, to God, to the universe as well. And so you've had eclipses in your sign, Scorpio, and so you've been words have been a little bit tricky for me with this Mercury transit so far. And oh, my hands have just gone over my throat chakra. So Taurus rules the throat. So for you, this transit of Mercury moving through your one-to-one relationship house. This can be clients as well. It doesn't, it's as I said, business as well as I've repeated myself. I'm going to stop this. This transit for all of us is helping us get in line with our true voice. How do we want to communicate in our one-to-one relationships? What kind of communication do we want back? We're revisiting our dynamic when it comes to the self, which is your Scorpio energy, to the other. And what's suiting, what feels good in your physical body. It's the first earth sign. It can be stubborn, so sometimes perhaps either you're drawing in stubborn relationships, or there's a chance of you are stubborn in those relationships. It can go both ways, but there's a sense of need of safety and security when it comes to your one-to-one relationships, but also real appreciation and value. It's ruled by Venus, so there's this desire to feel that sense of that pleasure and that tangibility when it comes to the one-to-one dynamic. So Venus will be there till the 11th of April when she's moving into Gemini, which is the main focus for this series. But so she's been there since right at the beginning of Mercury's transit. And so what does this mean? So Venus has been moving over and smoothing over some of the rough edges that we may have felt linked into this eclipse cycle. So she activated all 4 of the eclipses in her journey. She talked to Uranus, who's been there for some time, helping you understand and appreciate your individual self when it comes to your one-to-one relationships, or those individual people in your life who represent that Uranian energy. And so she's feeling all this sense of appreciation and understanding of this eclipse cycle into Mercury right at the beginning of his transit, of like, okay, now how do we understand what's happened? How do we communicate that in terms of our one-to-one dynamics? How does that open roads for us to be able to understand? It's the mind as well. It's how we understand the neural pathways in our brain that link into that ability to explore different ways in which we operate in our relationships. Because I did say in the introduction, Taurus can be stubborn. It's ruled by the bull. It's fixed earth energy. So there's a gravitas there. That this retrograde is helping us clear out that stuck energy in our tangible senses. How is it that we feel about relationships? Not emotionally, but how do we feel in our body? Helping clear out trauma linked into those one-to-one relationships that we may not even still be consciously aware of, that's blocking our way. I talk about how there's a lot of karmic clearing, there's a lot of influence in our intuition. We're in defrag mode right now, and this is really aided by Mercury's retrograde of helping us process and understand those hidden parts in our unconscious mind, those limiting beliefs, that stuck energy, as I said, in our body, that physical weight that we have that may have been impacting your one-to-one relationships, and what it is that you want and how it is that you want to be in them. Venus, because we're dealing with Taurus, so what's going on with Venus is impacting what's going on with Mercury. Venus will then be moving on the 11th of April into Gemini, and this is in your 8th house. So having had an appreciation and understanding of your intimate relationships, you're now dealing with shared resources, the give and take between you and the outside world, getting those into balance. Mars has been moving there through some time, really helping you evaluate and understand your motivations and drives, and what your instinctive response mechanisms might have been towards the outside world. Getting that into, the more that we get that into balance and understand that, the more that helps facilitate healthy one-to-one relationships. So, Venus has just been through that house. Now she's in Mercury's sign. And so she's in a Mercury-based sign and Mercury's in a Venus-based sign. So they're this is called mutual reception. So there's real strength here between the two. They're sharing each other's modalities. They're kind of understanding where each other are coming from and helping facilitate that journey. Oh, that just flipped out. Two very positive cards coming out here for you, Scorpio, off the bat. So what's going on there? So Venus is helping bring into harmony all of that Mars energy for the last 8 months. It's not the only thing she's doing. She's got her own agenda, but she is helping ease the chaos and the everywhere all at once kind of vibe of doing all the things. Like Venus likes to be stimulated in Gemini, don't get me wrong. So there's a sense of appreciation coming in from the outside world, a sense of movement, a collection of information, and getting you to understand that give and take, that sense of duality that we get with Gemini in the 8th house of working with that shadow element. You know, I'm being called to think about the mythology behind the twins in the constellation, and it's is it? Let me check. I got one of them was Pollux, but Castor and Pollux. One was immortal and one wasn't. So it's really highlighting the fact that there's night and day, there's good and bad, however you want to phrase it. There's chaos and abundance. They're all part of that journey that we have, and Gemini can be very playful. So having this dynamic in your 8th house of the give and take, of appreciating that things aren't necessarily always in balance, that you're there have been experiences that may have felt more one than the other, and knowing that that's part of the journey, that appreciation and understanding for it, that sort of freneticism of going one direction or the other, if that makes sense. That Venus is working through there and sending you some support. So it's about value and appreciation and creativity and love and desire. So she's helping bring that relationship with the outside world into balance that you may have had with your one-to-one relationships, or you may have just had in general with the outside world. It can also be linked. I will be doing a separate Venus transit in Gemini, but you're getting this understanding of appreciation of how you give and take, and how the outside world gives and takes, and not necessarily taking it so personally. So Gemini can be, as I said, that very playful element. It's in conjunct your Scorpio energy, so it can be hard to access in a way that makes sense to you. And I feel with this Taurus and with this Mercury and Venus transit, where they're in mutual reception, there's more of an ease to access that energy of understanding that dynamic. I will break that down more in the Venus transit. So that's impacting Mercury in your 7th house for this series. So I'm going to be going up to the point where Venus moves into Cancer, which will shift gear of what it is Mercury's prioritizing. So you're trying to get this give and take in your relationships into balance, and a sense of understanding, a sense of harmony and a connection. I'm thinking creatively during this time, that's going to help give support to this retrograde. So because we're dealing with Mercury, we also look to the signs that Mercury rules, because what's going on with Mercury is going to impact those signs. So Mercury, as I said, rules Gemini. So we're getting, again, support both ways. So both Venus is supporting Mercury and Mercury is supporting Venus. So the more we understand how we communicate in our one-to-one relationships, the healthier, the more solid stability, foundations of sense of what it is that we truly care about long term is having an impact on that vibrational level that we put out into the world and what we get back from it. And Mercury also rules Virgo, and for you, you have Virgo in your 11th house of hopes and dreams. That did flip up. 11th house of hopes and dreams, friends, groups and alliances. So getting your one-to-one relationships and understanding that communication, clearing out a lot of old trauma in relation to that, opens up your ability to hope and dream, opens up the kind of groups and alliances that you draw towards you, that you want to engage with, that you interact with. So this is the general energy for Scorpio at this time. And so we're going to now move in. There's going to be 5 piles. So I'm pulling cards for 5 piles. So the first pile is Mercury in Taurus. Sometimes there are cards that represent Mercury's journey through Aries. Sometimes there are cards that just solely focus on Mercury through Taurus, depending on the readings. It's been pretty different every time. The second pile is for when Mercury is in shadow. This is from the 7th of April, so yesterday, to the 21st of April. So what does Mercury in shadow mean? So this, from now until the 21st, Mercury is going over the territory that it's going to retrograde over. So it's going to revisit this space. So in shadow time, this can be even louder than the retrograde itself. It depends on your chart. It depends what kind of perfection year you're having. But this is a time of that shadow. So we're getting unconscious signals. We're getting messages and clues coming up, bubbling up from our unconscious of what it is that you need, what it is that we're going to be revisiting. So you might get triggered during this time. Things might feel a sense of not quite understanding and not quite being aware. I really recommend writing things down during this period of things that you might feel, because we're dealing with the first earth sign of our tangible senses. You might feel in your body a response mechanism, but you might not understand it. There might not be clarity of that intellect of the mind, because we're going to be going over these things again, of writing things down and coming back to them, writing down the date of when it happens, and just seeing what, and work with this energy, cultivate, co-create with this energy to be like, okay, so allow your space time. We're dealing with a yin night sign, so this is receptive, this is planning, this is details, this is cultivation energy here. So we're not necessarily taking direct action, we're in the observing state. So from the get-go of this shadow period, Mercury was basically conjunct the North Node and opposing the South Node. Big, potent energy that's tied into this eclipse season. And we also have a sextile with Mars and it will be exact today, actually, and it will be a couple of days afterwards. So Mars is in your 9th house, a fellow water sign of your big picture philosophies, helping you emotionally connect on an intuitive level about what it is that you need, what it is that you want to protect, about how you view the world and your space in it. And all of this energy is feeding into the beginning of Mercury's shadow period. So you're getting a lot of intuitive motivational support. So maybe the actions that you're taking and how you physically feel about them, or miscommunications that happen, and then how how that motivates and drives you to take action is giving clues during this time of what this retrograde period may be like. But again, that motivation and drive of your big picture philosophies and how you map yourself out in the world is feeding into, well, how do I want my one-to-one relationships to reflect that? How important is that to me? Do I want those things in sync? And we've got this sextile, so it's an aspect of Venus. Again, creativity, appreciation, value, love, connection, this sense of value, linking these two together to help you understand your motivations and the way that you communicate that in your physical body, the way you feel about that, the way you respond to your one-to-one relationships, and how does that make you feel in the body, not emotionally, although we are dealing with Mars, which is in Cancer, so the moon, so that can be linked into your emotions at this time. Like really working with both of these earth and water energies, which you should do quite well because you are a water sign. During the shadow period, Venus is going to move into Gemini on the 11th. I'm going to put all of this in the description box. I appreciate it's a lot of information, so don't worry, you can go and check that out, maybe write it in your diary. And this is when she's moving into your 8th house of shared resources. How do you want to be valued? How is the outside world valuing you? This is going to shift and change, and as I said, have an impact on the rest of Mercury's journey. So you're now not just focusing on your one-to-one relationships, but the kind of how those one-to-one relationships are explored through give and receive, as well as with that outside world environment. It's definitely bringing in the bigger picture here. and how that can get distorted based on our one-to-one relationships. And this is, oh, I'm just shaking around the root chakra and the sacral chakra right now. How that can get distorted and put us in a feeling of lack, and bringing in that duality of Gemini, of sometimes the outside world may have sort of played devil's advocate with you, and not felt like a secure footing with that Gemini energy. It's very creative and very beautiful energy, but it can be difficult to work with because you never quite know where you're at. And then the third pile is the retrograde on the 21st of April. So this is the first day of Mercury being in retrograde. But the day before, I'm not pulling cards for it now, I'll do a separate video, is the second new moon in Aries. Big new moon. Big new moon. This is a hybrid eclipse. So the nodes are still in Taurus and Scorpio. I recommend checking out the spring equinox and Aries new moon videos before I put out one for this lunation itself, is because a lot of the themes came up. We're at the moment, we're in this defrag mode from that first Aries new moon. We're quickly getting through some things, karmic clearing, burning up, transmuting that energy, shifting that energy. A lot of support is happening right now of whether you're conscious of it or not, it's clearing out. You may wake up the next morning and just feel a bit differently about something and not quite know why. There's a lot of, we've got that fire energy, that transmutable energy. And then the second new moon is, for me, very much this quantum leap, this DNA, cosmic DNA, rebooting, rechanging, shifting, big dynamics of really being able to bring in just a new way of looking at the world, heralding in new earth. And for me, that means being able to engage with this 3D reality in a different way. So that is happening the day before this retrograde happens. So we've got this really potent eclipse energy happening the day before the Mercury retrograde. And so we're still at the new moon, we're still sort of planting seeds, we're waiting things to grow. So it's not necessarily direct action at this time, which makes sense for this retrograde to be facilitated by this Aries new moon, that we're still, it's allowing us to think differently about how we feel about relationships on a quantum level, like really giving support of this, making this retrograde very strong and very potent. It's of tackling things in a very different way. And not only that, so that's Mercury at 15 degrees 37 minutes at the middle of Taurus, conjunct Uranus at 17 degrees 42 minutes. That's just over 2 degrees. It's still a very tight conjunction. So this means Uranus, this unique maverick way of looking at things, this slightly rebellious energy of going against the norm, of not caring that you're different. Uranus breaks tension, it clears past, it breaks chains that you might not have been able to do yourself, and it can be very disruptive. But this is for the retrograde, so we're going to be going over this territory. It's allowing us to think in different ways, find those different paths, walk a different way, think a different way, with the bonus of this new moon, this quantum new moon happening, of just wow, just really beautiful stuff. We're also having Mars at another sextile. So Mars is pretty heavily involved with this Mercury retrograde. And now Mars is at like 13 degrees, nearly 14 degrees of Cancer, so sort of the midway point of its journey through Cancer. And so you're getting more of an understanding of what Mars wants, and the energies that you're working with your intuition, understanding and figuring out your motivation and drive and your place in the world and what that means to you. And all of that energy is again feeding into Mercury at the beginning of the retrograde. Like, how are we moving forward? How are we connecting to our intuition and our ability to communicate our sense of desire and pleasure with your one-to-one relationships? What do I want long term? Now, this is fixed energy. We can get very stuck in fixed energy. I feel like this is a clearing. This is a real clearing of that energy that may have been attached to not only our own space, but You know, I talk about this a lot. Our family, our ancestors, the collective, our past lives, all of those things. This is, you know, we're shifting that energy in new ways. We're thinking even on an unconscious basis, because this is a retrograde. We're going over things, but we might not even be aware of what it is that we're going over, because this is in a very felt, tangible, sense-based orientated way of communicating. Uranus is really helping us understand how to think differently and how to break those chains in the way that we feel about things. So we can be resentful about relationships and we can feel it in our body, and that can be really hard to break if our body's used to feeling those ways. Like, we learn certain love patterns from our childhood that we then recreate. That it can be, as I said, difficult to break. It doesn't matter what we do. I feel like we're getting a lot of support, especially with Mars in Cancer, of defending your emotional needs, of defending your intuition, of like how you see yourself in the world, feeding into this. This is a great retrograde for us all. So the fourth pile is going to be for the 1st or 2nd of May, depending on where you live. And this is when Mercury is conjunct the Sun. This is happening at 11 degrees. So this is called a cazimi. This is when any celestial body that conjuncts the Sun exactly gets messages, divine wisdom, divine illumination, real sense of vitality come through. But especially with Mercury, the herald of the gods, this is messages coming through. This is the speed at which this is coming through, but we're integrating it on those felt sense basis. Now, leading up to this point, and since the Capricorn retrograde at the beginning of this year, Mercury's been an evening star. So an evening star is that very much that yin night energy of contemplation, of drawing things inwards, like going over, looking at the past, figuring things out, working through things, reevaluating things, plans, strategy, cultivation. And now, after this conjunction with the Sun, so this has all been feeding into the retrograde. Mercury is very much in that space of, hey, wanting to look over things, wanting to figure out what that past meant to us. And now, when Mercury moves away from the Sun at the midway point in its retrograde, it's turning into the morning star. And the morning star is that yang day energy of taking action. It's more looking to the future. It's more moving forward. But we're still in the retrograde, so it doesn't mean that we're not revisiting things, but our agenda is different. We're not in fully in that bringing things towards us, that receptivity, that cultivation, that analysis phase. We're now able to think about, okay, what are we doing with this analysis? What are we doing in order to take action moving forward? Very much how do we think about these things differently in order to put ourselves in a different environment, a different dynamic that's supporting our future space. So that's all happening a couple of days before the Scorpio full moon in your sign, Scorpio. That's on the 5th. So this is a big culmination phase of all that refinement you've been doing in your first house, that deep contemplation of self. There might have been a sense of isolation for you, Scorpio rising, that of really purifying and understanding who you are. And so we've got this big burst of light happening, and this connection, these messages coming through with Mercury and the Sun. So a lot of illumination. The moon is nearly full at that time, and then it's full. So we've got this brightness, this having received these wisdoms, these understandings with Mercury and the Sun. Very quickly we're hitting that sort of culmination, that phase with the full moon, and then we're able to use that illumination of our unconscious and subconscious mind coming together of the moon and the Sun. And then how are we bringing that down into reality? How are we bringing that back down to Earth and the lead up to the next cycle? Because we're then going to have a new moon in Scorpio at the end of the year. This is a hybrid eclipse like that Aries eclipse, because the nodes will be in Aries and Libra, but it will still be an eclipse because it's close to the nodes. So again, you're getting a bit more of a reboot again at the end of the year of how we've integrated everything that we've learned about one-to-one relationships during this time. The 5th pile is the energy of Mercury moving forward into the next part of its journey in Taurus. And this will be from the 7th of April. No, May, 7th of May, 7th of May, when Venus is now moved into Cancer, so moving into a fellow water sign. So this will be a different vibe. The focus will be on a different thing. Yeah, and not so much mutual reception, but still a sextile between Cancer and Taurus. I'm just going to shuffle for a little while longer to see if any more cards want to come through, so please do bear with me. This is usually the time in the video where I will go a little quiet because I quieten down my monkey mind so I can channel what the energies want to do energetically. This is, yeah, so it's often quite hard for me to think and speak at the same time, so do bear with me during this process. It is all part of the journey. Had energy come into my body. Right, Scorpio, let's see what we've got here for you. Let's move that a little that way. It's quite hard to see with the phone in the grip what's going on, but let's get things in order. Right, so we have for Mercury's journey in general through Taurus. We've got the Five of Wands, the Page of Swords, and the Emperor. So the Five of Wands, this is sort of chaos energy. No one's really getting anywhere, like lots of different ideas, there's a stubbornness to this, you know. So we're dealing with Taurus. It's a wonderful sign, but there is that with that earth fixed energy of perhaps in relationships where it feels that there hasn't been an outcome, like you're just, everyone's stubborn, everyone's having a bit of a dust off, and nothing's really getting resolved, or nothing's able to move forward. You know, there's a playfulness to the Five of Wands. It's not quite the Five of Swords, but there is that sense of conflict. There is that sense of and just again with that energy, I always get that it's not going anywhere. It's not facilitating growth or change. It's as you can see, like all the wands are all in different directions. There isn't there's movement, but it's that chaotic stuck space. Of just feeling like constantly like fighting over like small battles in one-to-one relationships that just seem a bit pointless. And we've got the Page of Swords, which is very appropriate for Mercury in retrograde, because the page looks back to the past. It's got its head, it's constantly looking behind it, that there's a sense of, even though we're bringing in swords of the new way of thinking, that by evaluating the past and understanding the things that have happened consciously or unconsciously, you're shifting that dynamic of understanding why your relationships might have been a certain way. It may even be things that you've already worked through. As I said in the introduction, I find that I think I've worked through something, and something will come up and it will trigger that. And we're here dealing with like the minutiae of our DNA, the minutiae of our auric field, of those very subtle energies that we think we're in command of, but actually they're still giving there's energetic blocks. And what I love about this, we've got the Emperor, which is a really powerful card to have for the beginning, for the Mercury moving through Taurus. Is the Emperor card is knowing your own strength, knowing your own sovereignty. You know, it's very different energy to the Five of Wands, where no one's really getting, I'm not saying the upper hand in a way that you're diminishing other people, but just being able to move out of that space of conflict and know your own strength. This energy might still be around. You know, it's not denying the fact that even if we feel strong and in our own autonomy, we're not feeling in this chaotic energy anymore. We can be in it, but it's not having that same physical effect on us. Perhaps there's been a lot of drama in one-to-one relationships, a lot of conflict that you then you get triggered by, so you try and avoid, but the more that we avoid it, the more it sort of blows up in our faces. That this might be a period where those things may come up, may be boiled up, but the overall journey for the whole of this transit is the Emperor of where Mercury's taking you, of being, as I said, knowing your own divinity, being very sure of who you are, being able to make decisions and have an understanding of your value when it comes to one-to-one relationships. That it's more that you don't seek it from that dynamic. You're not fighting for it. You already have it, and you're already in command of it. Whether that's reflected in your one-to-one relationships, it's not bothering you in the same way. The Emperor card is Aries energy. Aries energy is very independent. It's ruled by Mars. You are ruled by Mars. But you're the yin night sign version of Mars, so there's more strategy, there's more going inward, whereas that Aries energy is very much like, I am who I am. whether anyone likes that or not, whether someone values that or not, isn't affecting me on the way that I understand myself in this dynamic. We have for Mercury in shadow, we've got 2 2s here, so we've got some messages coming through, some synchronicities coming through, and this is all about balance, especially with the 2 of Pentacles. This is things that may come up during the shadow period of you, like with this card. We're in survival mode with this card. So if you see the ships behind this figure, sort of mimicking the space that they're in, is they're in a storm, and they're in rocky waters, but they're still floating. So it's that sense of constantly in that survival mode, but you're still here. But this means you're juggling different things, your different ideas, different feelings and sensations about your place in those relationships, that being consumed by that fear and that survival space of needing something, of thinking that you're needing something, juggling that need with the reality of the situation, and you find you're in this state of movement, but it's still stagnant. This figure is just moving up and down in one spot. That there isn't that sense. There's that sense of rocking and movement, and sense of unease, of instability. You're still able to hold space for these things, but they aren't helping you make a decision and be able to prioritize something. We've also got the 2 of Wands. So this is about getting the lay of the land. And this is a really great manifestation card. I feel like what comes up, as I said, write things down during this time of understanding this, because this is essentially getting the lay of the land, understanding where you're at, understanding your physical body and your response mechanisms to these things, and sitting with that. There's an impatience to the 2 of Wands. They're looking out into the ocean, wanting to go on a new adventure, but you're being called to go over things. You're being called to get in good foundations, understand yourself. You are that world. Understand, it can be through meditation, it can be being out in nature, or just as I said, writing things down. I find like when we write things down, like different ways of thinking comes about, like later on, like you might even not need maybe free writing at the time, of exploring your own inner world, and seeing how the more we get that into gear, the more we understand it, the more we're then able to step out and take that adventure. This is long-term manifestation. The more we do that work, the more we give ourselves strength and understanding and practice and clarity, the more we're able to be freer when we start our new journey. So we then have that Aries new moon, followed by the beginning of the retrograde. So I like this energy coming through. We've got a lot of water and we've got strength. So we've got the Knight of Cups, we've got the Page of Cups, and we've got strength. So with this retrograde, this is conjunct Uranus at the time, as well as that sextile with Mars, of how you see yourself in the world, and how that's impacting your one-to-one relationships. So again, we've got another page, another herald. So being able to bring in new ways of emotionally connecting to things. We've got the Knight of being able, very romantic, of being able to defend what it is that you really need on a fundamental basis in your relationships. The things that we're questioning and going over is bringing this energy into fruition. It's through cultivation of understanding a different way of emotionally responding. So the Knight can be it could be that you're working through your emotional response mechanisms of how you protect and how you attack, or I mean, these are just words linked into that sort of Knight energy of what's important to you in your emotional dynamic with your one-to-one relationships. And the Page is coming in and saying, well, we're actually going to think of a new way of working with that. We're clearing out some of that energy with the Knight that may have been too much of a romantic, of not being able to see clearly about relationship dynamics because you're not focusing on the love for yourself. And then we can give ourselves away to others in whatever dynamic that is. But yeah, getting a bit of two messages with this Knight of Cups of feeling supported by this ability to defend and understand this new dynamic that you're walking on, as well as appreciating that Fools can rush in. The Knight of Cups can be a bit fantasy based rather than reality based, because we do have the Strength card, which is about bringing your cognitive mind into your and balancing that with your intuitive emotional response mechanism. So again, a lot of our behavior isn't actually us, it's based on trauma. And the Strength card is saying what you're revisiting during this retrograde, what you're going over, is helping you really bring both of these things into balance. They, you know, even though this figure is taming the lion, I feel that by that balance, by that infinity symbol, you also have the Two of Pentacles, which was the infinity symbol of sometimes the cognitive mind can go rampant, but this is our higher mind and our emotional instinctive responses being in cahoots, being in alignment with one another, and having that strength. Again, this is limbo phase, this is cultivation phase. We've got a lot of cultivation here in the energy coming through of, you know, really revisiting and reworking how have we moved ourselves in relationships. It doesn't just have to be romance. How has that worked? What is it that we actually want, and where can we find that in ourselves? Because the Strength card is the inner work. It is the inner equilibrium. And the more that we find being our own beloved, being that intimate space, you know, all of this affects our business and our friendship. It's not just romantic. That when we truly value ourselves, we are able to draw in relationships that do the same. But it's saying pause. It's saying pause, contemplate, think, don't act. Don't act without being mindful during this time. We have for the conjunction with the sun, we've got the Ace of Pentacles and we've got the Ten of Cups. So I feel like this work that you've been doing now with the conjunct, now the Mercury's moving into evening star. This is, you know, earth energy, your physical body is Taurus. It's linked into your relationships of how you value them and how you look at them. Is you're stepping through a new portal, being able to operate in a different way. And we've got the Nine of Cups, which is the wish card. So for some of you, this could be the bringing in relationship dynamics and wishing them and that truly represent who you are. But this is midway point in the retrograde. The Nine of Cups is calling you to embody gratitude in every area of your life. The more we do that, the more we create that space of that wish fulfillment as if it's already happened, the more that we open up that vibration to move forward. And again, that is just before that full moon. So tapping into that in Scorpio in your sign. So, and you've been really refining yourself. So I feel like this is all sort of coming together and culminating together of where you're headed. Like it's not that energy of your wishes being fulfilled isn't coming in, but when we see this card, it's not like, oh, that's going to happen. It's like, no, we're here to embody it. We're here, look at this figure, embody this figure. He looks like everything in his life. He's really happy, he's secure, he's sitting very proudly, very confident, of knowing, but not just knowing that all your wishes have been filled and feeling like they already have, but being in gratitude for that. Sometimes we take a lot of things for granted, and yeah, anyway, that's a side point. We have for this energies moving forward. This is lovely energy. So this is moving into that Cancer area of your life in the next series. We've got the Star, we've got the Six of Wands. So the Star card is about deep healing, and this is on a 3D and a galactic level of bringing those dimensions together, acknowledging your own vitality, the star that you are. We are third generation stardust. We are all stars. This figure, she is unclothed. She is as free as masks as possible, free of trauma. She has done some deep healing, and this is the energy that's cultivating. This is moving forward into the next part of the cycle. We are constantly in this state, but I love that this is hope and renewal is coming through of being able to look at however your dynamics may have not been serving you. or adding and building onto the dynamics that you've already had. It's not just about clearing the things that haven't worked. It's really facilitating and growing and expanding on the dynamics that you've already been that you're already very content with, because we've got the victory card, and this is about through this healing, through this understanding of yourself and this deep emotional healing, you are able to tap into your passions. This is a Wands card. This is Wands: creativity, passions, movement, momentum, of shifting gear. You're celebrating this transformation of this relationship dynamic. Right. What are they wanting to do? King of Cups. Being in command of your emotions. This could also mean bringing in a vibrational frequency of one-to-one relationships that represents the King of Cups. But, you know, as I say, I focus on the inner work of you being in command of your emotions. Like, so where's that Two of Pentacles? You see here, they've both got the waves are still I think that's like a sea creature about to go and attack the ship. There's very similar energy in terms of the ocean and our emotions. However, very different facial expressions, very different dynamics between these two of this figure is very secure no matter what's happening. They're not shaken off their perch. You know, you've got the Emperor and the King of Cups of really knowing really knowing your strength and your own your emotional resilience, and you're able to utilize that in order to create dynamics that work for you, that are very inspirational, imaginative, engaging. But there's a certainty of your own internal authority, especially backed up with that Strength card. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards. Yes, that just came flying out. Creativity. Creative ways of healing, bringing your relationships into balance, and perhaps meeting people that inspire your own creative energy. So this is the First Light Tarot. This is Major Arcana. Magician, performer, creativity, illusion, power. But definitely knowing you've got all the resources you at your fingertips, so you're able to take action. Again, a very strong energy of not being dominated by others in your relationships, or not then, because sometimes when we feel like that, we then dominate relationships without even being aware of it. And yeah, really knowing your own strengths, knowing your own magic coming through, of the power that you have. You know, this is, as I said, it's also your relationship with spirit or the universe, of really getting in a space of co-creation with that and harnessing that. I've been getting a lot of messages about intuition, and I really that definitely flipped. Healing says service to others. I mean, our healing, the things that we do does help other people by being able to be balanced in our one-to-one relationships and how we want to communicate that and express that. I just feel called to do another card from the numerology deck. You know, the Magician is the Mercury card. We've got moderation. Okay, it's wanting service to others, to be in moderation. Again, when we sort of when we try and nourish and nurture other people without thinking about ourselves, and we think that we are doing a nice thing and a good thing, but we're not prioritizing ourselves, that can really seesaw out of balance, where you're not actually grounded, and the energy that's being put out it isn't authentic to you, because how do I say this? It's just always nurture. I always say, give from your saucer, not from your cup, because when we are taking away from us ourselves, when we're giving from, we're depleting from our cup, that energy that we're putting out isn't a space of abundance. It can be a bit distorted, and it's, yeah, the fact that it's coming up with moderation and the service to others is sort of implying that there are some of you out there who there's an aspect of the martyr syndrome that can come through, that isn't actually, it's not doing you any good, and it's not doing the people around you any good, because it can lead to resentment and frustration. That can you know, this is balance, but it's out of balance. It's not, it's there's no direction with it. That's a tricky message to get through, and it might not be for all of you, but you know, I always talk about the deepest healing you can do is internally, and then you create so much space for the outside world to help others. Oh, we've got a love partnership. Again, I always try and focus on that love partnership with yourself from a very authentic space. But, you know, we are dealing with the 7th house, that this can bring in love with your own magic. That's what's coming through with that we are, like, if we're giving too much to other people, like we're in this space. Look at his face. Not happy. And it's okay to allow yourself to have wants and desires and pleasures that might top trump the people around you. It's not about always being in that mode. You know, I can't remember who I said it, which reading I said it. It's like, essentially, don't be a dick. Like, you're aware, like I talk about being real, being compassionate, and living in a fantasy land, prioritizing yourself on that individual space. It doesn't mean you're being selfish, but it also means don't be a dick. Like, you're going to be aware of when you work with that energy, of when that's actually the case, when you're really mindful of the reality of the situation. I feel like this is helping like move away some of that thinking that that space is of prioritizing other people's needs it's not serving you in the long term. Like, it's people, yeah, I don't know why it's this message is struggling to come out. I think it's I think the point that I'm trying to make is getting across. You know, after all, we're crowning with the Emperor energy. That's really powerful stuff of being very confident in making choices that are based off of what it is that you think is right. So this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Just trying to figure out a better way of saying it without, I don't know, it's a complicated thing to work on. It really is, where we do want to help and support everyone around us, but I certainly learnt on my own journey. That's something, I've got the moon in the 7th house, so I've often prioritized nurturing others, my intimate relationships, over myself. And it was a strange energy. It was something I'm very intuitive, instinctive to do. And it's not that I don't do it anymore. It's just, I started noticing this energy of, it's really hard to explain. I might try and think about that and bring it up in one of the collective readings. It's this sense of yeah, no, there's a block in my mind right now. So I feel like if it needs to come, it will come. I should stop trying to force that energy. It's just, I know from my own experience that it took me a really long time to be okay with stating my needs. So we've got the generosity card. And it's going with the Magician, which is you, which is your ability to create, your the magic that you have. And giving generosity to that, to yourself. Right, so I think I'm going to leave it at that. I feel like this is, you know, a new way of you being able to interact. You know, Earth, we're dealing with Taurus here, in your one-to-one relationships. And the more that you are in alignment with yourself and you're able to express that self without the fear of this sort of conflict energy, the more strength and power that you show to the people around you, the more magic you have, the more you're able to bring in those frequencies of people matching you where you're at, rather than you either giving too much or taking too much. All of this dynamic that isn't actually serving your authentic self. You've got Uranus there, so Uranus has really been helping you navigate that space for a while now. Yeah. All right, Scorpio, I'm going to leave it at that. I really appreciate your time. Thank you for being here with me and sharing your energy. Good luck out there and be well until we meet again. Libra rising. How are we doing, Libra? For those of you just tapping into the Libra energy and it's not your rising sign, look to where Libra falls in your chart and the house that it falls in and the themes that that house has, and apply the messages to those themes. But for Libra rising, this transit is happening in your 8th house. This is Taurus energy in conjunct Libra energy. So with an in conjunct, they don't traditionally have things in common. Libra is a cardinal air, day, yang energy, and Taurus is a fixed earth, yin, night energy. So it's like having a conversation with somebody you've got nothing in common at the beginning. It can feel awkward, frustrating, maybe crossed wires, just a little bit difficult. But the more that we work with this energy and understand that, you know, even if we don't on the first glance have things in common, we can find common ground, and utilize the energy of having very different perspectives to bring in some magic. So for Libra, this is your 8th house of shared resources. This is the give and take between you and the outside world. This can be time, money, things, energy, ideas. And so having, it's also linked into, okay, guys, linked into inheritance. This can be 3D inheritance as well as cosmic inheritance. Your interaction, your give and take between you and the universe. And this can also be linked into mortgages, loans, taxes, sort of big money, but also money in terms of contracts of you with the outside world. This is also the house of transformation. So a lot of energy here. We've had eclipses here for nearly 18 months. And so you would have been reevaluating, going over your dynamic when it comes to what makes you feel safe with your give and take, this sense of appreciation, of value, of the things that you care about. How do you feel on a sense basis with the outside world? How does it feel good in your body when you're giving and taking with the outside world? What does that mean? How does it feel for you? And I don't mean emotionally, I mean it in the physical body. And so Mercury moving through here is reevaluating your understanding, your relationship, how you communicate, and that communication can be body language, it can be all sorts of things, your time, your energy, with the outside world. How are we getting this into balance? We've got a retrograde here helping us go over that dynamic. We can have a lot of trauma that comes about in the 8th house. And whether we give too much or take too much, all of these things are possible, that can then lead to distorted relationships. So we've got, as I said, the Mercury's going through here, the god of communication, of messengers, of opening roads, helping get you to understand what it is that how you express yourself, how you understand that give and take relationship, because it is also linked into the mind and our ability to comprehend that dynamic. And so finding a sense of appreciation about that dynamic and understanding of where that might have been out of balance, and we've had Venus move through here, so that's really been helping give a sense of appreciation and understanding of your relationships with the big outside world, and as again that sense of give and take, and bringing in a sense of harmony. And now Mercury, so she's been activating all of the eclipses that we've had in that sign, and getting to understand those big endings or those big new beginnings. And now a sense of appreciation, and now the Mercury's moving through there of helping us understand all of those things that we have been working on. There's fixed earth with Taurus. It's ruled by the bull. It can be quite stubborn, and so I feel with everybody this is really helping clear out some of that stuck energy that we have in our body that's sort of blocking our ability to be in that state of abundance. Hello Venus, with you are ruled by Venus, with the outside world. The more that we stop seeking it from the outside world, the more that we cultivate it inwardly, the more our vibrational frequency shifts and changes, and our dynamic with the outside world shifts and changes with that. And there's a lot of support going on of clearing out a lot of energy that's not even just necessarily linked to our own trauma experiences, our limited beliefs, very much that as well, but our parents, our lineage, the collective, and our past lives, and our galactic energy is sort of a real reboot is happening at this time in the tangible world, with these retrogrades happening in earth signs. We've had Mercury move through Aries, so the inspiration, the passion that's been coming through, we're now learning to integrate that into our physical body, and how we respond based on that very leveled up Aries energy that we've all been going through. And so, right, because we're dealing with Taurus, we look to Venus, because whatever's going on with Venus is going to be impacting what's going on in Taurus. So up until the 11th of April, Venus has been in Taurus for the beginning part of Mercury's journey. And so that's really helping establish what it is, how do you value, what do you love, what brings you desire and passion to connect with the outside world, enjoying the outside world's what it has to offer you. And that energy is feeding into Mercury at the beginning of its transit, of getting this breaking down of understanding the communication side of things, and helping Mercury get on board and understand what it is that makes you feel good, what it is that makes you want to move with that space of love and appreciation with the outside world. And then following that, she's going to be moving into Gemini, which is the main influence for this particular series that I'm doing now. And Gemini for you is a fellow air sign. And this is so this energy is trining your Libra energy, so sharing resources. So there's a fluidity between Gemini and Libra. And so Venus moving in here, this is for you, Libra rising in your 9th house of how you map yourself out in the world. This is your big picture philosophies and perspectives. This can be morals, ethics, your connection to God, spirituality, the universe, nature. And so Venus moving through is helping you understand and appreciate your space in the outside world, in the big picture of how you view things, and really get a sense of understanding and sort of creative juices flowing about what it is that how you want to move with appreciation and desire with your relationship to yourself and your surroundings. So all of that's feeding into then the shared resources. How are these philosophies feeding into your shared resources and how you give and take? So she's in Gemini, which is a Mercury ruled sign, so they're in mutual reception. So this means that they're in each other's lands, they're able to talk to each other and say, hey, let's get on board with each other's agenda. So there's a lot of facilitating energy, a lot of support for the first half of Mercury's retrograde. Because we're dealing with a Mercury transit, we look to the signs that Mercury rules, because what's going on with Mercury in Taurus is impacting the signs and therefore the houses that it represents. And so it represents Gemini, which I just spoke about. So again, what's going on with Mercury is facilitating Venus's journey through Gemini of like, oh, well, how do I want to express this? How do I want to communicate those philosophies, those ideas? It's also linked into higher education, the 9th house of learning to master something in order to broaden your perspective, as well as going to an environment that is unfamiliar to you and immersing yourself in it, again, to broaden your perspective. So we're getting sort of a wide lens here of your perspective, feeding into your understanding of that give and take that you have with the outside world and being able to transform that energy. Gemini also rules Virgo, and for you that's in your 12th house. That's your hidden house. That's the house of mysteries. It can be a space of depression, loss and grief, because we're contemplating our unconscious and really having being that energy being, the more we integrate the 12th, the more we understand ourselves. But it can be a heavy space. It can be just a space that's a little bit unavailable to us, or very, very private to who we are, and we don't share it with other people. It's also a house of magic, the occult, that which cannot be seen. So Mercury's journey through the 8th house is helping you understand, also the unconscious is very much in the 12th house. Again, our limiting beliefs being shifted and changed in the way that we then operate with other people and the dynamics that we have in that terms of give and take. That was the Strength card. We'll see if it wants to come up. So again, that's facilitating that 12th house area of your chart by understanding and comprehending and being mindful of our relationships, of how we give and how we receive. So that's the kind of general energy that's around for you at the moment, Libra. There are going to be 5 piles that I'm pulling cards for. The first pile is for general energy of Mercury in Taurus for you, Libra. This may have cards linked into its journey through Aries, or it may not. It's varied for different readings. The second pile, this is all about Mercury in shadow. So Mercury's been in shadow since the 7th, so yesterday, and will be in shadow until the 21st. What does that mean? So this is essentially Mercury's going over the realm, the degrees that it's going to retrograde over. So it's going to revisit all of this time and everything that we're experiencing during this time in the retrograde. So this shadow phase, what does this mean? It's like this can sometimes be louder than the retrograde itself. Like a lot of things come up during this time that are clues and signals to our unconscious space and what it is that we're digging up and we're revisiting. So I recommend for everybody during this time is to write things down that may trigger how you feel in your body in relation to the 8th house. You may not necessarily understand it, because we're going to be going over this energy. We're going to be going over these things that get triggered and get revealed to us. So it's a really good time to journal. You, as you said, you may not understand it at the time, but this is a good space to contemplate. You know, we're dealing with an earth yin feminine sign, so it's really taking time. It's fixed energy. There's a slowness to Taurus. There's a many things can be said in few words with Taurus. So there's this felt sense. This is how do you not how you emotionally connect to it, but how do you feel in your body about what's going on, the interactions you have with the outside world. How does it make you feel? Question these things, work with these things during this time. At the beginning of this shadow phase, so now until a couple of days, like maybe up till the 9th, we have a sextile with Mars. Mars is in Cancer, and for you, Libra, this is squaring your Libra energy, but this is in your 10th house of your life purpose, your career, and how the outside world sees you. And so this is a sextile, this is an aspect of Venus, wanting to bring in creative ways of looking at things, a sense of appreciation, a sense of value, a sense of relationship, sense of love, of desire between your career and how that responds to the give and take with the outside world, whether that's in balance or not, whether that's in harmony, whether there's a sense of safety and security that you have with that, and how Mars, our emotional, instinctive intuition, our response mechanisms, what gives us drive to take action in our career house based on a very emotional, intuitive space, is feeding into Mercury in the shadow phase. So again, we're getting this support from Mars of saying, hey, this is kind of how I feel. These are the actions that I'm taking. What inspiration are we getting from that? What ideas, what concepts, what triggers are coming up during this time that are going to help facilitate your ability to understand the clues and the signals that we're getting from Mercury during its shadow phase. On the 11th of April, Venus is going to move into Gemini. And so this is going to shift gear from you really honing in the 8th house area of your life and moving to the 9th of, right, okay, I've kind of, you're appreciating the changes that have happened with those eclipses. There's a sense of ease and flow between you and the outside world. And then you're applying that in your big picture philosophies when Venus moves in to that 9th house. And then that energy, as I said, is feeding into Mercury of like, okay, I can understand the dynamics that I want, but right, how do I see myself in that? How do I appreciate myself, appreciate the philosophies that I have, and how I want that to mimic and be incorporated into how I then give out to the world, and then how I receive from the world itself. The third pile is happening on beginning on the 21st of April. This is when Mercury is station retrograde. So this pile is for the retrograde period up until the next pile, which is on the 1st or 2nd of May. So how many days is that? That's 10 days of this retrograde period, right at the beginning. But just before this, we have the second Aries new moon in your 7th house. This is a hybrid eclipse. I've talked about this a lot. This is, I feel like this is quite an important point for us all collectively. So we've just had the Libra full moon, which you would have had impacted you quite a lot. But before that, we had the first new moon in Aries. And for me, this period is a defragging time. This is clearing out a lot. This is a really quick cycle of new beginnings and clearing out and culminations in order for then to kick off with this hybrid eclipse at 29 degrees of Aries, of a reboot, a quantum tapping into the quantum field, a cosmic upgrade of our DNA and of where we're headed and what we're doing, of that initial spark of spirit that we have within us that comes from that Aries I am, of how we are in our own autonomy and authority in order to tackle things in a different way, in a unique way, in a more higher vibrational level moving forward. And this is just before the retrograde. So this is heavy, potent eclipse new moon energy. And then we have Mercury going retrograde. So this is helping us tackle this retrograde in a very unique, leveled up way. And not only do we have that, but Mercury is at 15 degrees and 37 minutes at the point of its retrograde. So it's then going to start moving backwards. And Uranus is at 17 degrees 52 minutes of Taurus. I'm going to put all of this in the description box, don't worry. And this is a very tight conjunction, usually within 3 degrees, is like a very potent energy. And so Uranus is feeding Mercury right at the beginning of its retrograde, this very unique way of looking at things, this bringing in a very maverick, innovative way of thinking differently. Uranus wants us to get in touch with our authentic selves and not worry that we're different and not feel that separation from that tribe, of really being able to be yourself. It can be very disruptive energy, can flip things up on its head. It is North Pole points towards the sun, so its axis is different to every other planet in the solar system. All its moons are retrograde, but it's really wanting you to really get in line with who you are. It may shake tension out by being disruptive. I call it the path clearer, the breaker of chains. That when we've not been able to face it and do it ourselves, it can shake things up and turn things over, that then frees up so much space for you to be able to be yourself. And I like this Uranian energy. You may have had the outside world come in and show you that its uniqueness and then allowing you to find your own space to be unique, but also very much allowing you to be able to acknowledge that you're able to think differently. And at the beginning of this retrograde, again, it's really like leveling up this retrograde of not just doing the same old, but really opening up the ability to clear that stuck energy, clear those that limiting beliefs that we have that are stuck in our body, that are our fear response mechanisms or habitual response mechanisms, and sort of shaking them up and breaking them down at the beginning. It's facilitating that energy for Mercury to then be able to, as I say, think differently about how we interact wherever that falls. And we also have another sextile with Mars. This time Mars is at nearly 14 degrees of Cancer, so the midway point in its journey in Cancer. So it's learned a lot. You've understood like your motivations and your drives on a very emotional, instinctive, intuitive basis in terms of your life purpose and where you're headed and how the outside world sees you. So you've been able to take a lot of action. All that wisdom and knowledge that Mars has been helping you cultivate is feeding, like, what are you defending? What do you care about? Is feeding into Mercury at the beginning of this retrograde, helping you set the agenda with Mercury of like, what is it that you want from the outside world and how you give and take, like what's a priority to you. I always find with the 8th house, like the more that we cultivate our own inner space and not necessarily seek it from the outside world, the more like we engage with our own strength, the more that vibrational frequency mimics out in the world, and we actually then start, that sense of abundance starts coming in, because it's not, we're not striving, we're not sort of, I always say we're not clawing at it, like that sense of, oh, I need this, I really need it. And it's like, this is a time to cultivate what it is that you really need long term, what really matters to you, what really makes you feel good, rather than all these habits and traumas that might have got in the way that make you think a certain way and feel a certain way. But actually, when we question those things and when we're mindful with these things, we're taking our time here with a retrograde to go over it, that we can then be like, oh, actually, I'm feeling this way because of this. This is what's happened. Whether you're conscious of it or not, you're engaging in this process on an unconscious and conscious level, that we're then like, oh, okay, that's not actually me. That's not actually what I want. That's not actually how I want to communicate with the outside world. And you open up that space to reveal your truer nature. So that's the third pile. The fourth pile is on the 1st or 2nd of May, depending on where you live. Mercury's going to conjunct the sun. This is called a cazimi. And a cazimi is when a celestial body is exactly conjunct the sun. And this is very, very potent energy. The sun represents vitality, illumination, being able to see clearly, and really with the messenger of the gods, that is Mercury, messages coming through. In the lead up to this, at the time, and following. It can happen all around this time, but it's such a strength that's happening in the middle of this retrograde. And leading up to this point, since that retrograde in Capricorn, Mercury's been an evening star. So when, oh, that flipped over. So when planets are an evening star, this is a yin-night energy. This is revisiting, this is going over, this is drawing in, this is contemplation, this is looking at the details, this is being in the observer state. This is really sort of being mindful about what's happened in the past, questioning things, working over things, seeing what suits you, rather than not necessarily taking immediately direct action. This is a very contemplative state. So we've had this support of Mercury being in that evening star space of really bringing this retrograde all together, of allowing us to be in pause, in space, in like that meditative state. So now, after this conjunction, when Mercury pulls away from the sun, it turns into the morning star, and this is when it rises before the sun. So it's you're taking direct action. You're thinking towards the future. It is the herald of the sun moving forward, of how it is. That we're still in a retrograde. This is midway through, so we're still going over things, but the agenda is shifted and changed. You're now the eyes on the goal, on the future. This is now, how do we use everything that we've been working on and adapting with? How are we then using that to think about where we want to be headed, rather than focusing primarily on that revision state? So that's very potent, and that is happening a couple of days before the Scorpio full moon on the 5th of May. So energy before a full moon is very, very potent. It's things are in action, things are budding, things are active. And then very quickly we're going to have a culmination phase with an eclipse. And this for you is in your second house of values. So how you value yourself. So you're getting a real sense of knowing who you are, and that energy is feeding into the rest of Mercury's retrograde through Taurus. So again, that sense of knowing what you value and how you value yourself has an impact on the outside world and the give and take between you and it. And so the final pile is how the energy is going to cultivate and move into the next part of the journey. So this is when Venus has now moved into Cancer, and that's on the 7th of May. So it's not long after that full moon. So then we get a shift of gear and a change of dynamic, and I'll be doing a second series on that nearer the time. So that's everything for the energies right now. And I'm going to shuffle for a little while longer to see if any more cards want to come out to really help us. And so I might be a little quiet during this time because I'm just letting quietening the monkey mind, which is something that we should be doing during this Mercury transit to help us really understand and integrate our true inspiration. And then I'll be moving the cards around with the energies. It's all part of the process, so do bear with me with what's going on, and be aware that I will probably be quiet, as it can be a bit difficult to think and channel, think and talk at the same time. That definitely flipped. Any more for Libra? So they're putting the 5 and the 10 of Pentacles together. Two very different energies, but often a big part of the journey that we have to go on. An energetic release. Okay, let's see. What are we doing? Where are we going? So we've got some intense energy here, Libra. I feel like this could be a combination of what got cleared with Mercury and Aries, but then that you're really, really integrating with Mercury in Taurus. We've got the Five of Pentacles. We've got the 5, we've got 2 5s, and we've got a 10. So again, we had that other 10 of Pentacles as well. So double things coming through. 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Cups, and we've got the 10 of Swords. So this is like energy that you've been working through and feeling, whether it's consciously or unconsciously, whether it's something you've worked through already, you think you've got control over it. I find that these things still crop up, and they still, you know, it's still adding to the layers of depth of integration that we do during this time, and at all times, to be honest. I've said in various other readings, like I still get triggered by things, about things that I think I'm okay with, and I still have emotional responses and still have to sit with it and work through it. Doesn't invalidate the work that you've been doing. Anyway, 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Cups. This is especially linked into the outside world. This is like feeling like you're not supported, feeling like you're give and take, you're not in a space of being supported by the outside world, but supported by the people around you. That there's this sense of lack, there's this feeling of being left out in the cold, and we've also got grief with that, which is the 5 of Cups, of feeling the pain of that, of feeling that deep emotional grief of not feeling held and not feeling supported, to the point where, you know, the 10 of Swords, it's a culmination energy, but it's you feel like you've been betrayed. You feel like you're again, the actions of others have immobilized you. You know, you've got all these swords along the spine. Whenever this comes up, I think about karma and I think about past lives, because we store a lot of our karma, of our past traumas in our spine, not only ours but our ancestors, our parents, the collective. That whatever you've been going through has been part of that journey, and it's something that you're overcoming, because we've got the 8 of Swords, which is one of the fastest moving cards in the deck. Of this, there's a deep clearing that what events are going to happen, just roll with it, go with it. This is here to help you release and surrender from this energy of shifting this energy, changing it, transmuting it, because it's great. We've got the Page of Pentacles for the energy of Mercury in Taurus, which is, you know, pages are heralds, messengers, and Mercury is the messenger of the gods, and it's in Taurus, which is an earth sign, and we have Pentacles, which is an earth sign. So really being able to a new way of so perhaps heralding in a new dynamic with the outside world, of that give and take, of there's a real youthfulness with the Pentacles. You know, it's kind of, you know, when we get older, we get a bit more like our resentments and our traumas get really ingrained. Like when pages show up, I'm like, okay, we're getting a fresh reboot. We're getting the ability to look and understand the world in a different way. And this is heralding in a new beginning, a new way of interacting with the outside world, with your physical body, and how you respond to the outside world as well, because these events can still happen. I'm never saying that we're moving to a time, not yet, of there being more ease in the world. I'm not denying the abundant state; it's very much there, but to get there, we need to be resilient. We need to understand and zoom out and not take things personally and be like, okay, I feel these feelings, I feel connected to this, but do I want to sit with it forever? Do I want to let it ingrain in our neural pathways? So I talked about with Taurus is it's very fixed energy, can be very stubborn. People with Taurus suns and Mercury in Taurus can be very stubborn in what they think. They're very certain about what they care about, and sometimes our stubbornness can get in the way, and that can be like our deep in-rooted modalities, the way that we communicate, the way that we understand, the way we understand our relationship with the outside world, the give and take that we have here. So this is really helping clear out a lot of that stuck energy, as well as ingrain new dynamics into our physical body. Right. I just... So we have for the shadow period, we have we've got the Four of Swords, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, we've got the Ace of Pentacles. So this is when I was saying like things are going to come up, can be bigger than the retrograde itself. We're just going to get a lot of clues at this time. And we've got the Four of Swords, which is a state of rest. So it's come up a few times. A lot of the energy that's come up is like we're here to observe. We're here to be still. The Four of Swords is also about knowing that the figures in a church, that being held by something bigger than yourself, being supported, being you are able to rest because you are in sanctuary, that this is a time of you being able to cultivate that sense of safety, and notice what comes up that may be triggering that. As I said, this is a time to write things down, to help understand what might be blocking this sense of safety, this inability to rest, of not feeling like feeling like you've got to grab at that give and take. You've got to grab or give. This is asking you to be in a state of renewal, is to restore yourself. And you're restoring your mind here because we've got the swords. And restoring and rebooting the way that we have. Oh, my head's just now, my hands over my third eye chakra, my head is moving from side to side and back and forth, and it's basically trying to move in all the directions at once. Of really giving yourself time and space to there's a sense of patience here with this transit, obviously with a retrograde, because it's a long transit for Mercury to be in a sign, and this revisiting and going over and this revising and understanding and being like, okay, so the reason why revisions are so great, I can't remember if I mentioned this in the introduction, and the reason why I mention things on a regular basis, like I repeat things, is you would have heard, if you're a regular, you would have heard me say the same thing a couple of times or many times, and when you do, you're then able to then contemplate for yourself and understand what it means for you, rather than just going off of that state of learning of not being in that state of inspiration, of tapping into your into individual ability to interpret the world based on your space. And sometimes we don't feel like we're held and supported, but this is really saying that this is giving you the space to give yourself a bit of a break, give yourself some time to revisit and understand this dynamic. And then we've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is a very positive card. This is saying during this process, a shift is happening, a change is happening. You're becoming more conscious, more aware of the dynamics. And the more that we do that, the more that the wheel starts changing. But this is major arcana. This is energy that we're not going to miss. There's a real a movement, a growth, a sense of abundance. It's a Jupiter card shifting into gear, like it's in the air, it's in the ether. And then we've got the Ace of Pentacles. So during this journey, you're recalibrating, you're re-understanding your connection to the earth, to work, to your body. You know, we've got the Ace and the Page. You know, they've got very similar energy in terms of revitalization, of new things coming in. And this, I see this card, I'll always link it into New Earth, but you know, we've got this portal that we're going through, but it doesn't mean that the world is going to miraculously change straight away. It's how we deal with it, it's how we respond to it, and you're picking up new ways of incorporating and understanding and being able to have that fate changed and that dynamic, that understanding that things do change. That can be really hard if we've faced hardship and felt, you know, there's this grief and this feeling left out in this cold and feeling completely immobilized. This is really bringing in, you know, we've got the Wheel of Fortune and that Eight of Wands of things are changing, and this is through this state of rest and contemplation, you're able to appreciate that this is in fact even possible, and this is where this retrograde is taking us. And what you're learning during this shadow period is this ability for dynamics to shift into the better. particularly highlighted by this Ace of Pentacles. Ace is such a potent energy. It holds all of the energy of the suit that it has. This is linked into the material, the tangible, how you view your physical responses when it comes to the outside world, and how you share and how you give and take. That there's a freshness, there's a vitality backed up with that Page of Pentacles. For Mercury in retrograde, starting on the 21st of April, following the Aries new moon, that hybrid eclipse, this is conjunct Uranus. So I'm getting big Uranus energy here. So the Two of Swords is about not being able to make a decision. This is about feeling like opposing forces are pressing against you, that you are immobilized, that there is a state of unease. You know, if you look here at the water is it's not crazy, it's not loads of waves, it's not really dramatic, but there's this friction, there's this tension. It's not quite here nor there, and feeling like you're not able to express yourself and not being able to see things clearly as well. This figure is blindfold, but it's asking for pause. It's also appreciating that we're not here necessarily to make a decision straight away. However, what this retrograde is bringing in is this going over things, really working out what it wants. We've got the moon here. What's your fantasy, and what's an illusion? What's a delusion? What's holding you back? Being really mindful with the way that you interact with the outside world, and what connotations you're putting on it. But I love this for the retrograde because of this conjunction with Uranus, because we've got the Ace of Swords. So we're moving, even though one follows the other, but we're actually moving. We're getting more. You've got two aces. You've got so much revitalization. This is now with the mental space, the way that we communicate and understand. There's a sense of truth coming through here, of real clarity, with that Uranian energy of being able to break this energy and switch gear and be able to now think differently, and now to herald in that new space that you're cultivating during the retrograde, the things that you're going over. And this is while Venus is fully in Gemini. So again, that's perspectives. How are you seeing yourself in the world? Re-evaluating, getting that in harmony. We have for the conjunction between the Sun and Mercury on the 1st or 2nd of May. This is a shift from Mercury being the evening star to Mercury being the morning star. So we've got the King of Cups here, which I love. This is being in command. You know, I was talking about rocky waves. You're not getting knocked off by things not going your way. There's a real sense of certainty about your power, your strength. You're able to connect to that on your emotions aren't sending you this way and that way. You're very grounded. You're very in tune with your intuition, and understanding about what you have to give, as well as what you are open to receive. This is very creative energy, being able to make decisions, and be very inspirational, very imaginative, very creative, but more the autonomy that you have with your emotional response mechanisms to the outside world. That is, there's now a sense of authority, a sense of understanding with this illumination to Mercury. This is cultivating for the next part of the journey. Like, this is a very strong energy that's kickstarting the second half of the retrograde. And then we have the morning star. So we've got the Magician, which is Mercury's card. And this is knowing you have all the resources that you need. You know, I talked about the 8th house of the less we're trying to seek it from the outside world, the more we cultivate it inwardly. And no, you have absolutely everything you need within you. You are the most consistent thing in the whole of your life. The more dependent we are on the outside world, the more it sort of pulls away from us. The more that we get the rug pulled out under our feet, and that we're not able to sit in command of ourselves and know that we can weather any storm and be very emotionally calm, cool, and collected. The Magician is saying the energy that's coming through is you have all the resources at your hands. This is working with all the 4 elements, all the understandings of the universe to be able to create and take action. The Magician is very much about taking action. So now we've got Mercury in this Magician phase, we've been working things out. We're getting to understand ourselves. We're getting to the nuances of who we are. We're clearing out old clutter in order, 2 aces is really like reboot, reboot, reboot. And now we're able to understand where we're headed and what action we want to take. Beautiful energy. And we have very, very strong cards for you for how this energy is going to cultivate moving into the next cycle. So this energy is sort of building and growing and is going to be reinforced in the next part of the cycle. And we have the Ten of Pentacles and the Empress. Very, very abundant cards. So this is legacy. This is long-term legacy for yourself in the material world. So we're dealing with the outside world and you, this mundane and the spiritual, of bringing all these things together. Everything, the decisions that you're making during this time, that you're cultivating during this time, is going to help you create your long-term legacy. And you're backed up by Venus here. You know, this is the Venus card. This is the Empress. This is the ability to appreciate the 3D realm and enjoy it in a state of abundance. There's fertility here. There's a sense of appreciation. There's love. There's this very fertile energy of the what's being cultivated now is transforming into your ability to not see the world like this, not see your give and take with the outside world in this space, but to be in a state of abundance. And this is, you know, she's very in command of herself, very sure of who she is. Her abundance comes from within. Our abundance comes from within, and the more that we cultivate that energy, as I say, the more we are able you know, that's the 2 5s and the 2 10s right there. That's some really powerful shift and change that's happening, especially the 5 of Pentacles and the 5, then the 10 of Pentacles, of showing such growth and change, of really being able, this heralding in of this new state of abundance. I just wanted to... So this is just really lovely energy coming in with this Mercury and this Empress of knowing your own worth, of knowing your own value, and really being able to enjoy the 3D realm. They're very, you see all that yellow there, you know, she's surrounded by nature. He has all the 4 elements within him of being able to create and be in a sense of abundance, of really be able to cultivate that inwardly. I love that. Right. I'm going to pull some clarification cards for you, Libra, to see what messages wanted to come through. Oh, just had my whole body's just sunk down at the Magician going over those cards. Had an energetic release. Right, let's pull some clarification cards. These may be new messages that got missed in the tarot. They may be confirmation cards of messages that have already come through, or adding little clues to some of the stories that have been told today. And I say stories, it's not as if, yeah, I hope you understand what I do. I've never said that before, so we are constantly weaving our own stories, our own narratives. And the Magician is very much about taking power and control over those stories. You know, we do have the ability to change and to flip our own energy. Right, so this is a numerology deck. I'm going to be I put all of the decks in the description box if any of them take your fancy. And if I didn't say already, I will, everything that I've talked about in terms of the different piles and the degrees and all of that. Got karmic completion and adventure. What was that? That was, yeah. Yeah, that card's come up a lot. Not so much in this one. The intuition card has come up so much, but that was coming up a lot in the last couple of transit readings that I've done. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I will write all of this in the description box. So I know it's a lot of information that is coming through. So it's there and you can check it and maybe put these things in your diary and see what comes up during this time. But I like that karmic completion is coming up for you, Libra. Not surprised, you're getting the nodes moving into your sign, the south node. This is going to be intense purification of self. So all the stuff that's happening now is sort of have compassion for yourself, Libra. I know your energy can sometimes prioritize that for other people, but having it for yourself is so important to not be in this state of understanding where you've been, and not denying that, but appreciate, you know, with this karmic completion coming up, it's kind of implying, you know, I say this so many times, you would have heard me say this so many times, that it's not just your stuff. It's don't take it personally. We're here to transmute, and the work that you do, the work that we all do in our various different ways, is helping the collective in so many. Oh, it's making me want to cry. So many ways, and free. We see it all around us. The trauma of our society is very loud and proud right now, and the more that we are able to, my point was, I was talking about Libra energy. Prioritizing yourself might feel a bit difficult, and sometimes because of that Libra energy, if we're not getting that in balance with got children and lessons, this may be personal for some of you, your give and take with your children, but I'm really getting it in terms of your inner child and traumas felt when you were a child that make you feel this sense of abandonment with the outside world. My hands have just gone on my face. You know, that Five of Pentacles and that Five of Cups, of that abandonment, that feeling not supported, and the pain that is, that we may have faced that as children, we may have faced that, and that it gets recreated when we get older in so many different ways, not only with our relationships, but with absolutely everything around us. It just put the legacy card over the lessons, that again is sort of talking about what I was bringing in, like the work that we're doing is for long-term legacy for us as a species. I really can't express that enough. Yeah, right. Oh, it's making me feel very emotional, Libra. But yeah, my point is with Libra is getting that balance between that and the Aries energy. You know, all the zodiacs have opposites, and they are just parts of who we are. They can feel really hard to integrate, and then sometimes we go to extremes. But I'm just really wanting you to know to prioritize yourself, rather than, we've got healing and service to others. That, like, sometimes we can give too much to the outside, to the people around us, that's actually imbalanced. It's imbalancing that healing, that I always say, give from your saucer, not from your cup. Give yourself space, give yourself compassion, give yourself that healing service. Turn that inwards, Libra. It doesn't make you a bad person, and it, you know, as I said, sometimes when we don't do that, we then burst and have extremes of what you want and who you are, and being very, very dominant about that. The more that we integrate all the parts of who we are, the more that the Emperor, order, this is Aries energy, logic, stability, plans, and I'm talking about that but imbalance that we may have with that Libra Aries energy of having, bursting out and being like, I want this is, I'm doing this, and bugger anybody else. The Emperor card that is not what the Emperor is about. This is a really strong vibrational level of Aries, of doing things, knowing your own divinity and acting on that, and that's in support of yourself and the world around you and your community and the people that you love. So yeah, you're going to be going through that anyway, because you're going to have the North Node in Aries, so you're going to be striving for that. But yeah, right, I'm pulling from the Oracle of the Rising Sun now. And not letting people dominate you. The Harmony card. Sun in Libra. Don't sacrifice yourself for the space of harmony. The more that we don't do that, the more we, like, that negative unintegrated Emperor of like, I'm right, you're wrong, comes into that phase, that You can achieve harmony while knowing your own individual autonomy and authority. And the more that we do that, you're going on an adventure. Okay, let's do one more card. And we've got the Emperor and the Empress coming up. So that's a real strong balance between the feminine and the masculine energy. We have that within us all, as well as the neutral, which helps us be fluid. Love. Love. Love and compassion. Brings healing. Have compassion for these feelings. Have compassion for this space. Send it love. Don't beat yourself up. Don't hate yourself for the feelings that you may be feeling or the situations that you've been in. Give those situations love. Understand that it's part of the journey, and the more that we move away from grief or feeling that lack or feeling that resentment, the more healing that we do. The more that we bring things into harmony and set ourselves up on a new adventure. It can be really easy to be in that place of pain, of not getting what it is that we need, and feeling like others aren't even aware of the feelings that you have for the situations that have happened. That it can be very, very overwhelming. And it's certainly been part of my journey of in order to flip the switch and move that energy, it's having no regrets, no resentment. And when they come up, you work through them. Do you care about it long term? Do you really want it, or do you want an adventure? Do you want to open up the quantum field, Libra? Do you want to open up the vast possibilities, right? So when we're in this space, when we're thinking this is always going to be like this, when we're triggered, our trauma responses are triggered, that we then think every future situation is going to mimic those things. We then are blocking the possibility. When we're focused on the past and projecting the past onto the future, we are blocking the quantum field. We are blocking the utter abundance of the universe, of any opportunity can come in, life is stranger than fiction, and the universe has the capacity of being able to bring in spaces, new adventures that you never have been able to think about. So let go of control. Give yourself some love and compassion. Give your surroundings, give the outside world some love and compassion, Libra. And no matter what's happened. And it's I love this. I really love to end on this message. I really appreciate your time and your energy, Libra. Thank you so much for being here with me. It means a lot to me. My hands have just gone to my heart chakra. As I said in the introduction, there are numerous ways. If anything resonated in this video and you want to pay it forward, there are numerous ways you can do so. If you just want to have a chat, I'd love to have a chat on a very personal level. So always open to comments, regardless of the algorithm. It's not to do with that for me on a personal level, but sending you so much love, Libra. Be well out there until we meet again.